All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you for showing up so early, waiting patiently as the credits roll. And I hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody woke up feeling good today. Freshly shaved MBG. No, not necessarily freshly shaved. It's a couple days removed. Beard slowly but surely starting to grow back in. Wanted to get a stream out today. To be honest, when I woke up today, I wasn't. I can honestly say I don't think I was planning on streaming, but I came across something interesting that I think will spark up a potentially interesting conversation, and I want to share it with you guys. Saying I look like a kid with that shave. Yeah, no doubt. Very surprising to a lot of people. It's interesting because this is the third day in a row I'm streaming with a more clean-shaven face, and I know that not everybody can tune in to every single stream, and it's kind of funny with each stream I do, seeing people show up and be like, "Whoa, you shaved." Yep. It's been like this for a couple days now. But it's growing back. But yeah, this conversation we're gonna have, as you can tell by the title of this stream, the Xbox Series X and the PS5 are both underwhelming. What? Is MBG saying this? No, I'm not saying this. So I have to say, hold up now. Hold up, we got to have a conversation. Who is saying this? Who is saying that both the Xbox Series X and the PS5 is underwhelming? Well, I don't think it's that serious. I want to make that known first and foremost. I'm going to tell you who's saying this. Very popular YouTuber, influencer, if you will. Somebody who's, I think, pretty well known and pretty well respected. And I don't have a problem with what they're saying. I just think I disagree to a degree with what they're saying. But the real reason why I wanted to highlight this is because of the fact that the individual who is saying this has immense influence, a lot of influence. And I thought it was just kind of strange to see them just kind of casually put this out here and see so many people agree with them, seemingly. So I figured we could have this conversation. Who said it? I'm going to bring it up in just a moment. Before I do, I just want to, as always, remind everybody, let you guys know if you enjoy the streams, if you appreciate the streams, the content, some ways you can help support it. Obviously, being here watching is the most important. Hitting that like button, donating a super chat, becoming a channel membership, and gifting some channel memberships to individuals who have not yet been gifted or who are not yet channel members. My member goal is currently set to 25. I was supposed to have that set to 10. So yeah, I guess it just defaulted to 25 because I didn't update it. But yeah, any new channel members we get, be awesome. I'm going to once again let you know that I have my first ever members only live stream occurring towards the end of this week. So anybody who's a member right now who's listening to this, or anybody who might be interested in becoming a member, to join me and everybody else in this members only live stream, I'm going to be doing a reaction video to my infamous Crackdown 3 video that I made way back, I think in like 2018 or 2019. It kind of blew up a little bit, more than I was expecting. And a lot of people consider that one of the best videos I ever made, or turning point. Timothy, please. I see you, man. You know, you don't have to keep spamming SOCOM in the chat, all right? I don't want to see any spam in the chat. So that's your warning. That's a warning to anybody. I mean, look, say what you got to say, but no spam. All right? And so, yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing later this week. I'm going to be I'm going to be doing a live reaction to my Crackdown 3 video. It should be pretty entertaining. The reason why I thought that that would be fun to do is because, to be honest, I cannot remember a single thing about that Crackdown 3 video other than I was not happy. And I was very, very ranty. So I am looking forward to doing that. Should be a good time. Should be a good time. I think I do. All right. Okay, so who said this, right? Who said this? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to time him out. I don't get it, man. I don't get why people do that. But who's saying this? Who is this influential individual? All right, let me bring it up here for you guys. So it came in the form of a tweet. I'm not going to keep it up the entire time. We have Mudahar. I don't know if you guys know who Mudahar is. On YouTube, he's known as, I believe, Some Ordinary Gamers. I think that's his YouTube. Yeah, Some Ordinary Gamers. On YouTube, he has 3.4 million subscribers. On Twitter, he has over 750,000 followers. And this tweet that he put out, I thought was interesting because he talks about a bunch of stuff. Like he's not just a like he covers a lot of gaming stuff, but he covers a lot of other stuff as well. But the point is, he's a big individual on YouTube and on Twitter, and a lot of people pay attention to what he's saying. And out of the blue last night, he put out a tweet and he says, "Years into this console life cycle, and I'm incredibly underwhelmed with the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. No real exclusive games, but a handful even years in. Kinda sad." And he follows it up by also saying, "Only game I'm looking forward to that's truly next generation and no port of a PS4, Xbox One title is Final Fantasy 16. And that's just one game this year." Now, I happened to come across this because it's like, I mean, you could see it's, when I screen cap this, 605,000 views, 11.7K likes. All right. And since then, let's see, it's gone on to, let me refresh it. See, it's gone on to get 663,000 views and now has over 12.6K likes. And I was really thinking about this because I was trying to figure out, why do so many people just agree with this? I mean, it gets me questioning. Like, I feel like I kind of get it, right? Like, I kind of understand how if you're somebody who's not paying close attention, you might just assume maybe that the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are both not doing great or are underwhelming. They don't have exclusives. But I do think that this tweet is a bit disingenuous. Mike Brown, you're saying you kind of agree. That's where I think there's it's not as simple as, in my opinion, like, it's not as simple as I can just say this is 100% wrong, like laughably wrong. But it is to a point where I do feel like, so we're just going to group what Sony has done with the PlayStation 5 up until this point. We're just going to group it up with the Xbox Series X and the way that Microsoft has handled the Series X. It's really not that simple. And I want to make it clear that this isn't me saying that if you agree with this statement, because I'm sure obviously many people do agree with this, seemingly, that you're wrong. I think everybody's entitled to their own opinion, obviously. But I do think there are many things to consider here. Godly Sir Speaks a Lot, member for 33 months. You're saying God of War Ragnarok is $34 on CD keys for the US, in case y'all want to buy it. Well, thank you for the heads up, Godly Sir Speaks a Lot. God of War Ragnarok, $34 on CD keys for the US. I have a feeling most people here probably already bought God of War Ragnarok, if I had to assume, but for anybody who may be listening in who has been holding off, now might be a good time. So thank you for the heads up, Godly Sir Speaks a Lot. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna tell you right now, the biggest problem I have with this tweet is not what Mudahar is saying. Because to be honest, I feel like he's just saying, look, I haven't been very impressed with the PS5 or the Series X in terms of exclusive games up until this point, and I think that's fine. My problem is, like I said, he's basically saying, like, if we just get down to it, he's basically saying the PS5 and the Series X are both equally underwhelming, and that's a shame. Shouldn't be that way. What's going on? And it's the amount of influence he has. Like, so many people are just like, yeah, this is true. And I feel like I have to push back a little bit on this, because it's like, in my opinion, one console manufacturer has done their job, the other has completely failed. I think, like, the thing that really is wild to me about this take, and the fact that so many people are in agreement with it, just blindly like, yeah, this is true, man. I agree, is that it's objectively all right. Well, I don't want to say, because he does say here, no real exclusive games, but a handful even years in. So he does acknowledge that there are a handful of exclusive games. So I don't want to say that his tweet is objectively wrong. It's not. Again, it's more opinionated, but I don't know, man. I guess from my perspective, I think it's just insane that one company, that being Microsoft, can do jack shit for their console buyers, for their console players. Right? They could do jack shit. They can launch their console with zero exclusive games, and have hardly any exclusive games release throughout the generation. And Sony, I don't know, man. I understand that Sony, most of their exclusives have been cross-gen, but what about Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart? What about Demon's Souls? What about Returnal? What about Astrobot? Some people might laugh and say, Astrobot, we're going to count that as an exclusive? You're damn right we are. Astrobot's incredible, and anybody who plays it knows it's incredible. That's like a Nintendo level, close to being a Nintendo level-esque type exclusive coming from Sony. And it's free with every PS5 purchase. Astrobot is absolutely a highlight of the PS5 so far. But we're just gonna pretend that these games don't exist, or they're just super underwhelming. Okay, that's fine. Like, again, if somebody says, well, I don't count Demon's Souls as a PS5 exclusive must-have title because it's a remake and I played the original. Totally reasonable, completely understandable. But I can say, as somebody who has not played the original version of Demon's Souls was an absolute system seller to me when it came out at the launch of the PS5, and it absolutely felt, I mean, let me tell you, it was a next-gen game. It was a next-gen game, no doubt, for me, considering it was my first time playing it. I was blown away by it. Astrobot was a pleasant surprise. Didn't expect, I got to be honest, Astrobot had no right being as good as it was. That was a pleasant surprise. Returnal. I think Returnal came out before Ratchet. Returnal was a PS5 only title. It is available on PC now. It came to PC later, but for a while it was just a PS5 exclusive. It's still a PS5 exclusive. You can't play it on PS4. Can't play it on the Series X. I understand that to a lot of people that might not be like the mind-blowing next-gen AAA experience they were hoping for, but it was a phenomenal game. Saying people shade Returnal way too much. Absolutely. Returnal was a phenomenal experience. But Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, to me, is the standout game where, look, I understand maybe some aspects of Ratchet & Clank might not be for everybody, but Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is a next-gen, seemingly considering it, right? Like, what this is the stuff that Sony delivers. And let's be honest, like, I get, like, maybe in this conversation, we don't count Miles Morales. Maybe we don't count God of War Ragnarok. Maybe we don't count Horizon. Maybe we don't count, you know, Gran Turismo 7. Are you saying that it's buffering right now? Man, I don't know why it's doing that. That's annoying because on my end it says it's running. It says the stream is in excellent condition, so I don't know why it's buffering. It might, I don't know, it might do that. It might hiccup occasionally. I might have to lower the bit rate. I can't do it now because it's already set for this stream. But maybe next stream I'm gonna lower the bit rate just a little bit. But all right, we seem to be good now. All right. Am I downloading something? No, I don't have a bunch of stuff open. I mean, nothing's really going on my end. So I only had like 2 extra tabs open, but I closed them. Maybe that was it. But what bothers me so much. Pretty sure it's back now that I lost almost everybody. Well, that's disappointing. Not you guys. I mean, you guys will have to let me know if it happens again. I have no idea. Is Mudahar hacking UMVG? No, I doubt that. No, I think like my internet may have just dropped for a good minute there for some reason. I mean, you guys know I've been streaming like every day, and that something like that has not happened. But is the audio okay? Can't hear me. Come on now. I got my stream up here. Nah, that's good. It's all good. I think everything should be good now. Brad Beck, thank you so much for gifting a membership, man. You've gifted Marcos Ortega. So there you go, Marcos. Welcome aboard. Got a channel membership gifted to you by Brad Beck. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you. All right, yeah, the stream is fine now. Apologies for that. I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. I have no idea what caused that. And the weirdest part about it is on my end, it didn't even notify me. The whole time it literally just said stream is in excellent condition. So pretty unfair. Pretty unfair, I'd say. But yeah, I just wanted to hang in there, see if it would come back. All right, let's try to get back on track here with what I was saying. Obviously, I lost my train of thought due to the interruption. Whoa. We got Exley 3000 dropping 20 memberships. 20 memberships. Exley 3000's like, here you go, MBG. Sorry to see what's going on with your stream. It's breaking. But let's get the positivity rolling out here. Thank you so much, Exley 3000. Damn. A 20 bomb. That is crazy. Johnny Gaming, Andreas Morales, Dave88, Big McQuill, Hanamichi MX, Steve. Well, actually, Steve, you're already a member. Loper42, Quicksilver, Gizzy1986, Harry Bastard, Luke, trying to keep up with it, Brian Tam, David Brown, Sal. This is what garbage looks like. Some of these names are amazing. DPE, Akira Shinji, Stefan Anderson, SG is what I'll call you. dropping a 20. I don't know. I'm Mitul Patel gifted a membership. Mr. E Meat. At this point, I'm just having fun reading some of the names. I think that's everybody. I apologize if I missed you, but thank you so much, Exley3000. That was incredibly generous of you. I mean, as I said, I meant to set the goal at 10 members today, but it auto set at 25, and I'm going to add them in here, and we'll get back to our conversation. Exley3000, got to give you a big shout out, just because you've been showing up to like almost every stream and really gifting a ton of memberships single-handedly. So a lot of you guys have been doing that, but Exley3000, I mean, at 20, that's very, very generous. So let's see, we are at 21 members because of that already. So let me add that in here to make sure you guys can see it, and we'll get back to the conversation. I do want to say that, you know, I've been seeing some feedback from people, I guess, who were watching the streams after the fact, or they're watching it later, and they say, you know, MBG, you're spending a little bit too much time maybe talking about the memberships and you know, acknowledging people who are doing it. But as I said this last stream, and I'm going to continue to say it, I got to do it, man. It's literally the least I can do, right? Like, people who are, as you can see, like Exley3000 dropping 20 gifts. That's not cheap. That's some big support right there. So I want to make sure that they're getting the attention they deserve, the thanks that they deserve. I'll try not to go too far with it, but you know, it's the least I could do. Somebody's saying they actually like the membership talk. Well, that's great. I appreciate it. So once again, before I continue this conversation, absolutely massive shout out to Exley3000 dropping a 20 bomb. So 20 new members. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, so getting back to the conversation here, I don't know how many new people just joined, but basically what we have here is Mudahar, also known on YouTube as Some Ordinary Gamers. He comes out, he puts out a tweet like this, and this tweet garners a ton of attention. He has a ton of influence, obviously, and he's basically saying that both the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are underwhelming when it comes to exclusive games. And what I was basically saying is that I disagree. I agree in the sense that there should be more true next-gen exclusives by this point. I agree with that. That is the part of this tweet that I absolutely agree with, is we definitely, by this point in time, should have seen more exclusive games. I mean, look, I'm going to be real with you right now. I don't think Xbox should be part of this conversation. I think that's what bothers me about it, is I don't feel like it's fair to sit the Xbox Series X console next to the PS5, look at their games catalog, look at the games that both console manufacturers have released, and simply say, yeah, they're basically the same. I don't think that's fair. I think the Xbox Series X has to be removed from this conversation, and I feel like if you remove the Xbox Series X from this conversation, I think it makes a lot more sense. And I'm in agreement, right? Like, it is true that the PS5 only has a handful of next-gen exclusives. It is true that people have been wanting Sony to move on from cross-gen, right? And I think it's safe to say, and this is the good news, I think, for somebody like Mudahar and all the people who agree with him, I think the great news is that we're past this point now, right? Like, if you have been feeling underwhelmed, that's likely about to come to an end, because yes, we have Final Fantasy 16 coming out. We have Spider-Man 2 coming out. And even on Xbox's side, Redfall is not cross-gen. I mean, you guys you guys know how I feel about Redfall, but it is a fact that it's not releasing on the Xbox One. And Starfield is going to be a current gen only title. It's going to be on PC as well, but it's not releasing on the Xbox One. And going forward, basically it seems like cross-gen is over, finally. And I think cross-gen is hugely responsible for this sentiment, right? Cross-gen, I think, is hugely responsible for the sentiment of, like I would have expected more exclusives from Sony at this point, from PlayStation. I mean, how different would the conversation be if God of War Ragnarok didn't release on PS4? I think it'd be very different. Same thing with Horizon Forbidden West. Gran Turismo 7 originally wasn't supposed to release on PS4, and they changed their mind at the last second. They're like, you know what? Actually, I think we're going to have to release this on PS4. But now the shortage is over. The shortage for both the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, it's come to an end. Anybody who wants these consoles can now buy them freely. And I think because of that, both Sony and Microsoft and developers, they're no longer afraid to just embrace next-gen gaming, right? And I think that a big reason why some people feel so underwhelmed in this regard is due to that fact. It's due to the fact that cross-gen has lingered longer than it should have, due to the shortage, due to the pandemic. And I feel like it's only just now, nearly it's pretty much going to be close to 3 years into the life cycle of these consoles where we're finally going to see, like, okay, let's really see what can happen now. But I'm not trying to turn it into too much of a console war fanboy thing, but I really can't help that I do feel like there's something very wrong with this notion. There's something very wrong with this notion that, hey, Xbox can come out here at the launch of the Series X and have 0 launch exclusives. They can then go on to provide some of the most underwhelming periods in Xbox history where, look, 2021, in 2021, a lot of Xbox fans, they get excited, or they were excited, I should say, and they point to the fact that Xbox won like Publisher of the Year, like Metacritic Publisher of the Year, which is like, okay, so they had Halo Infinite, and people can say what they want about Halo Infinite. My opinion on it, I think it's clear that it was a flop. It was a flop. It was underwhelming, and it was not what people wanted from Halo. And I don't think it delivered. I don't think Microsoft delivered. I think it's honestly, I just think it was a dud. I do. And I don't really know who would be coming out. I don't know if there's anybody left to come out and defend Halo at this point. You're saying it was very popular at launch. That I agree with that. And that's what's bizarre to me is it's like, I don't want to say people were tricked. All right, maybe that's a bit much. Maybe that's too much of a stretch. But the reason why I'm using it's hard for me not to use the term tricked because I see somebody in the chat, you're saying it was good, it just didn't have enough content. That's the problem though, isn't it? Halo Infinite was, okay, it's going to be a live service game. We're going to launch it into Game Pass. Some people did still pay full price for that game. And from what I can tell, the campaign for Halo Infinite was largely underwhelming. It was okay, I think. People had fun. The multiplayer had a lot of promise, apparently, and then it just died. Like, it just died, So I can understand why at the launch of Halo Infinite, it seemed like this is good. This is good. This is what we wanted, and we're excited about the future of Halo. And then 343, let's be honest, 343 essentially died, after, I'd say probably about a year. Yeah, close to a year after the launch of Halo Infinite. And we look at Halo Infinite in 2021, you got Forza Horizon 5, and I'll give Microsoft credit where it's due. Forza Horizon 5 is a great title. Big title for them, quality title. But there's no denying that, the Forza games, the Forza Horizon titles, they've been carrying the Xbox brand for a long time, and it's past the point, right? Like, Forza games can't continue to carry the Xbox brand. So it's hard for me to give Microsoft too much credit or much credit at all. So we got those two games. I know they released Flight Simulator, but come on now. Come on. Like, come on. Who's out here being like, yo, that next-gen exclusive Flight Simulator, I'm sure it's a fine game, but come on. How many people are really out here buying Xbox consoles just for Flight Simulator? That'd be kind of bizarre, right? We got Brad Beck. Thank you so much, man. Gifting yet another membership. Gifting Shanoff 2183. So shout out to you, Brad Beck. Thank you for gifting that membership, and welcome aboard to the newly gifted member. Very much appreciated. Let me add that in here. So, I look at this and, that to me, look, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to be fair in my assessment. And I feel like it's not hard for me to do. Here's the fact of the matter. Okay, these are the facts. The PS5 and the Xbox Series X launch at the same time. One console has an incredibly strong launch lineup with some true exclusive games in the form, and by true exclusives, I mean games that you can't play anywhere else. In the PS5 launches, you got Astrobot, you got Demon Souls, all right? And of course, there's a couple cross-gen games like Miles Morales, and I'm sure there's another one I'm forgetting to throw in there, but they had a strong launch lineup. Sony was sure, they made sure that they were going to have a strong launch lineup. The Xbox launches at the same time. They have nothing. They have literally nothing. Which is still, like, I still can't get over that. And so then we go into 2021, and then Sony, I mean, throughout 2021, I'll admit it wasn't the strongest year for Sony. Oh yeah, Sackboy as well. Forgot about that. That launched with the PS5 as well. And then in 2021, it wasn't the strongest year for Sony, don't get me wrong, but they still had a couple things, right? They had Returnal and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I'm not even going to count Godfall. I'm going to be honest. I know Godfall was there as a console, and it's something. Like, yeah, it was a game, but I don't know that I'm going to be highlighting Godfall as like, yo, yeah, we don't talk about Godfall. We don't talk about Godfall. You know what's so funny about Godfall? Not to get too far off track here, but Godfall's funny because that was, I think that was literally the first PS5 game we ever saw. The very first PS5 game. And there was so much hype around it just because of that, just because it's like, oh, yo, first PS5 game. And man, what a dud. What a flop that turned out to be. Yeah, we're not going to mention Godfall. But throughout 2021, I think the reason why 2021 is an important year to highlight for PlayStation is because while, yes, Xbox did deliver games in 2021, they delivered, like I said, Halo, Forza, Flight Simulator. There might be a game I'm missing. If I'm missing a game that Xbox launched in 2021, please let me know in the chat. I think Sony released Destruction All-Stars in 2021 too, didn't they? Sergeant, you're saying, but hey, Xbox launched with Falconeer. Yeah, I can't forget that. Psychonauts 2. Yeah, but it was a multi-plat game. I understand Microsoft owned the studio at the time, but come on, like, it was a multi-plat game. If we're talking, like, the conversation is about exclusives, right? Exclusives for these consoles. But I guess that, yeah, Psychonauts 2 also explains why, it also explains why Microsoft won Publisher of the Year in 2021. To me, though, the standout game in 2021, and I'm not saying this just, it's not a fanboy thing, I just think it's true. The standout game in 2021, in my opinion, when it comes to these consoles and exclusives, was absolutely Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Yeah, I mean, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, if there's any game that I think we can maybe prop up as like, this is next gen, like this is a glimpse into next gen. I really think Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is it. And I think people kind of forget like what it was doing with the whole dimension shifting and the fact that we still haven't seen anything like that. Did Gears Tactics launch in 2021? Saying, bro, you have to realize the demographic for that game was literally 15 and under. I don't know. There's no doubt that I think it's more appealing to a younger audience than an older audience. just because of the art style. It's Ratchet and Clank, but I don't know that I would say it's not just appealing to teens and young kids. No way. I agree. Ratchet and Clank is a core PlayStation franchise. Dude, I feel like these days I'm slowly starting to talk like Sean Connery. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is a core PlayStation franchise. Oh, here we go. MBG's is suddenly pulling out his Sean Connery impression. Yesterday it was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Today it's Sean Connery. Ratchet and Clank is amazing, though, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is in 2021. Oh, come on, Peter. That's disingenuous, bro. Peter in the chat says Ratchet and Clank $70 for 7 hours of gameplay. How? First off, did you actually buy Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart and play it? Because if you did, you would know the game is not 7 hours. It's not. Even if you're trying to like rush through it, it's not 7 hours. Don't get me wrong. I can understand that argument. Like, if I see somebody saying Ratchet and Clank was short on content, I can rationalize that, yeah. If you, I mean, to me, I think, to be honest, I think it's like, I would consider Ratchet and Clank like a solid like 12-hour game, 12-hour experience. And some people might think that's too short for a $70 game. And I understand that rationale, you know? But that's where I want to try to encourage people. It's not necessarily about the time you're going to spend with it. Think about the quality as well. You know, I mean, I played Ratchet and Clank. I platinumed it. I put I think I put like 25 hours into it, which is, I think that's definitely more than most people. But I put like a solid 25 hours into it to platinum it. But I think people, I don't know, man. I don't know what people want anymore, right? Like, we're at a point where $70 video games, do they have, I mean, what's the minimum threshold, right? What's to be said for quality? These are all things that truly are subjective at the end of the day. So, like, if you're somebody who says, I think Ratchet and Clank, too short of an experience for $70, I can respect that. That's just an opinion. You know, that's your opinion. That it's to where somebody else says, dude, I think it was totally worth $70. Things like this, I think, are more subjective. So, but my point in highlighting Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is I just feel like it was a truly genuine attempt by Sony, by Insomniac Games, to show people, like, we have this next-gen console. We're trying to sell you this next-gen console, and we want to give you a game that feels like it's going to do something different, at least try to do something different. A next-gen only game. And the big thing about Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart is it's not on PC. It's still just on PS5. I don't know if it's going to come to PC. Maybe one day it will, but it's not on PC yet. And I just think that, you know, we should try to be a little bit more objective in our assessment that is a thing that counts for something in this conversation. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, again, I'm trying to stay on track here. We look at the launch of the consoles. The PS5 has a killer launch lineup. The Series X has nothing. We go into 2021. I'd say 2021 was pretty good in terms of both Sony and Microsoft trying to make sure they have content for their console buyers. I will give Microsoft credit that while, you know, I think, you know, again, we can have the conversations about, like, how good was Halo really and how big of a deal is Flight Simulator really. We can have those conversations, but I think it's important to highlight that both Sony and Microsoft did an adequate job, I would say. That's the word I would use. They did an adequate job making sure there's content on a relatively consistent basis throughout 2021. But I think 2022 is really where we see the separation this generation. And that's why I think if there's any year really that makes me kind of, again, it makes me question this tweet, not in that there isn't anything wrong with pointing out that in 2022, let me think. In 2022, did any PS5 only games, only exclusives, not just PS5 only games, did we get any PS5 only exclusives? I want to check something here. Let's see. I feel like I can find an image with a compilation of all the PS5 exclusives up until this point. Okay, all right. Well, so in 2022, there was one game that I can see from Sony's first party that was... Actually, no. There was Ghostwire Tokyo. I forgot. That came out last year. And yeah, Deathloop also came out in 2021. I totally forgot about that. How could I forget about Deathloop? Clearly, Sony didn't market that game enough. Clearly, Sony did not market Deathloop enough that I just completely forgot about it. But that's the problem with trying to remember this stuff off the top of my head. Ghostwire Tokyo was a 2022 game. I think it came out in March. That's a PS5 only exclusive when it came out. It released on PC, but still, that's a PS5 game. Uncharted, Legacy of Thieves Collection. So, all right, look. Let's go through the list of games for 2022. For PS5 exclusives, Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, Sifu, Horizon Forbidden West, Babylon's Fall is there, but we do not count. We're not talking about Babylon's Fall. That never happened. So that's just a gap right there. That got snapped out of existence. We got Gran Turismo 7, Ghostwire Tokyo. There are other games here, but I'm not gonna this list has, I mean, everything. For example, it has Vampire the Masquerade. Was that an exclusive? If so, I don't remember. So I'm not really gonna count that. If we keep going along here, we got Stray, Rollerdrome, The Last of Us Part 1, God of War Ragnarok. All right, so out of all the titles I just listed, 2 of these titles, that being Ghostwire Tokyo and The Last of Us Part 1, were PS5 only and did not release on PS4. I don't know. I guess we could technically say Uncharted, the Legacy of Thieves Collection, but these are PS4 games being brought up, so I'm not going to count that. Horizon Forbidden West, GT7, for as amazing as these games are, yeah, they're cross-gen games. Same thing with God of War Ragnarok, but see, this is what's crazy to me. This is why I just feel like this is a bizarre conversation to be having right now. It really is. Because it's I just listed all those games. Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at the list of games that Microsoft brought out. The exclusive games that Microsoft brought out in 2022. Let me go see. Xbox exclusives 2022. Oh, here we go. It's funny. The first thing that pops up is the coming to Xbox over the next 12 months. Obviously, Redfall and Starfield. Yeah. Well, these aren't all exclusives. I'm trying to find the exclusive games. I don't see... It feels like a lot harder to find something that is adequate here. Well, okay, here's a question. Did Microsoft have any major exclusives in 2022? Any exclusives of consequence in 2022? Scorn? No. The Gunk? I don't even think that was 2022. The Gunk. Oh my god. Tunic? No. Let me look at my. I feel like my chat would be more helpful here. In 2020, high on life. I mean, high on life. I could. I mean, yeah, it got a lot of praise, and I think it was a surprise hit to a degree. But so basically, I get like we're all in agreement that Pentiment. Yeah, I don't know about Pentiment. We're all in agreement that Microsoft did not have any AAA exclusive games in 2022, right? Like, we can all agree on that. It's not that they didn't have any games, because like you guys are pointing out, I don't think Grounded came out last year. Did it? Okay, maybe Grounded came out last year. You got Grounded, Pentiment, Tunic, Scorn. So it's like you get these like smaller games, Crossfire X. We don't talk about Crossfire X. As Dusk Falls. I'm assuming that's what it's actually called. So yeah, we got these smaller games, but you're saying his tweet wasn't about AAA, it was just about games in general. Well, yeah, but all right. But that's the thing. I feel like we do have to bring, we do have to bring AAA into the conversation, though. We do, because that's the thing, is what makes a console generation memorable versus what makes it lackluster and not memorable. I do think what people remember are the AAA games. Like, I do appreciate the smaller titles. Don't get me wrong, and a lot of people do, think about the smaller titles when they think about a past console generation. But it really is the big AAA games, and this is where I just feel like it's kind of, I don't know. It's a tough thing, because it is true. It is true that in 2022, Sony only had 2 games that if you bought a PS5 and your reason for buying a PS5 was I want to play the PS5 exclusive games. In 2022, the only 2 games that Sony delivered just for PS5 owners were Ghostwire Tokyo, which I liked Ghostwire Tokyo, but even I can admit, for as much as I liked it, it's not like a mind-blowing game by any means. It's really not. It's a good game, but not enough to do it. And The Last of Us Part 1. And The Last of Us Part 1, I got to be just totally honest with you. It's really difficult for me to count that, because it's a remake of a game that a lot of people even question, like, does this game really need a remake? And even I was questioning, like, does this game need a remake? I don't think so. But we do have to give the credit that it was a PS5 only game. You're saying, what about God of War? Well, again, I'm talking about games in 2022 that were PS5, like true PS5 exclusives. Like, you could only play it on PS5. Those were the only 2 games. And so this is where I'm saying I agree with Mutahar that, yeah, that's kind of underwhelming when you think about it. Like, if you're thinking about next-gen consoles, next-gen exclusives, even Sony only releasing 2 games throughout the second year, basically, of the console's life, just 2 games that are only on PS5. Yes, I agree. That is underwhelming. But what's wild to me is, but we're somehow going to group the PS5 with the Xbox and say they're equally underwhelming, even though Xbox released 0. I just think it's a bit, I think it's either a bit disingenuous, and if it's, at worst, it's disingenuous. At best, I think it's maybe a little bit ignorant, honestly. I do. Maybe that's a strong word, and I don't have a problem with Mutahar. I mean, a lot of people love this guy, I just think it's like, dude, the amount of people that are in agreement with this is shocking to me. I mean, in Mutahar's opinion, the only next-gen game, and you know what's ironic about his tweet here? What's ironic, you're saying he knows what he is talking about. You don't, sadly. Dude, I'm having a pretty in-depth conversation here. Like, and keep in mind, like, I want to make it clear, dude, Mutahar is not an ignorant person. Don't mistake what I'm saying. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. Mutahar is clearly he's a dude. Dude, to be honest, I think the reason why I'm just so confused by this tweet is because this dude, dude, I don't watch his content often, but he's all over the place, man. He is on top of everything all the time. I don't know how he does it. And I feel like that's probably why it's tough, because I feel like his assessment here is almost from I don't want to say from a more casual perspective, but maybe somebody who just hasn't been paying as close attention. That's my problem, is I feel like, you know what, let me rephrase it. At worst, this tweet is disingenuous. At best, it seems like it's somebody who hasn't been paying as close attention. I think that's a better word to use that's a better way to describe it than ignorant. Because I feel like ignorant is, I'm not trying to like be offensive or anything, because I don't, to me, he's not an ignorant person. I just think that maybe he hasn't been paying as close attention, because, what I was going to say is the irony here in him saying that the only like game he's looking forward to that seems like truly next gen is Final Fantasy 16 is, do you know how many people I've seen? And I want to say I disagree with them. Like, I agree with Mutahar that I think Final Fantasy 16 does look like a next-gen game, like a next-gen exclusive. Do you know how many people have said, I've seen say that Final Fantasy 16 doesn't even remotely look like a next-gen game? They feel like it even looks like a last-gen game. So, this is where it's, I just think that there's a lot of stuff here being bunched up. I do also want to say, like, I don't know why. I mean, look, I don't know. Again, maybe he just isn't aware, or maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's not excited for Spider-Man 2, which I think not everybody is excited for Spider-Man 2. Certainly not everybody. But I think we probably should mention Spider-Man 2, right? Like, if we're gonna mention games, we should probably mention Spider-Man 2. Because I'm of the mindset, and I could be wrong, and you guys tell me if you agree or disagree. I think Spider-Man 2 could be the game that kicks things off. I mean, Final Fantasy 16 could be as well, but the reason why I'm saying Spider-Man 2 is because I just get this feeling like the expectations for Spider-Man 2 are sky high. We haven't seen anything of it yet, and it's a PS5 only exclusive. And I think that you consider Insomniac was the studio that was like, yo, let's try to do some crazy stuff with Ratchet and Clank. That was back in 2021. So I think Spider-Man 2 could be the game to really like make people go, yo, now this looks like a next-gen exclusive. Because clearly that's what people want right now. But that's what bothers me, man, is it's like, dude, how you going to do PlayStation like that, you know? How are you going to do the PS5 like that? How are you going to throw the PS5 in the same category as the Series X in terms of underwhelming? Like, bro, come on. The Series X. Look, if the PS5 has been underwhelming, then what does that make the Series X? I think that's the question I have. If the PS5 is considered underwhelming by this point in time, what do we say? What do we call the Series X then? Because I'll tell you what I call the Series X. And I know that this may be like a loaded statement again, but that's what you get with me, right? To me, the Series X, if the PS5 is considered underwhelming, then the PS5X is like a dumpster fire. If the PS5 is considered underwhelming, the Series X is a dumpster fire. Saying I'm making a big deal out of it. I'm not, dude, I'm not, trust me. This is not me making a big deal out of anything. I'm just having a conversation. I'm just hanging out with you guys. Anybody who knows me well enough, you know, if I'm making a big deal out of something, I'm usually ranting about it and freaking out. But I do think that like, again, truthfully, the reason why I'm so focused on this individual tweet is simply because it's you look at the amount of attention it's going to get. If this was just a random somebody on Twitter saying this, who cares? But I just think that a lot of people, you know, are going to clearly come across this tweet and I don't know. I get, look, to be honest, if I was like a casual gamer and I wasn't a PlayStation enthusiast, and if I didn't have a PlayStation YouTube channel, and I didn't play every PlayStation exclusive, and I was just kind of more casual, half paying attention, truthfully speaking, I would probably be inclined to just agree with this. And that's why I wanted to have this conversation, because I again, it's not trying to be argumentative, not at all. It's just like, well, what about Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart? What about Returnal? What about Demon Souls? What about Astrobot? What about the fact that Sony's output, even though a lot of it has been cross-gen, what about the fact that it's been phenomenal? You know? And what about the fact that Microsoft has pretty much provided almost nothing this entire generation, and the things that they have provided, they came and went pretty quick, and it hasn't been consistent. I guess my whole thing is like, if I present that information, right? If I say like, this is how it kind of went, this is like everything that encapsulates this generation so far. I guess my question at that point is like, do you still have this mindset? Like, do you still believe the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are equally underwhelming? That's if there is an argument to be made here, if I am trying to make an argument, that's my only argument. It's that I disagree wholeheartedly that these two consoles from these two different console manufacturers are equally underwhelming. Frankly, I don't think the PS5 has been underwhelming. That's just me, though. I've enjoyed it, like almost everything with the PS5. Himanshu Yadav, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, I read Sony signs deals that third-party publishers can't even talk to Xbox. Is that not anti-consumer? I hope Microsoft gives that liver punch to Sony. I'm not sure where you read that, but here's the problem with that, Himanshu Yadav. The problem with that is that Sony's not holding a gun to their head. I know that there are Xbox fans on Twitter and fanboys on Twitter that would like you to believe. They would like you to believe that Sony walks in to Capcom headquarters, that like Jim Ryan walks into Capcom headquarters or Square Enix headquarters or any other partners with a gun and holds it to their head and says, sign this contract right now. No. What people have to understand is that you can make the argument, and it's a valid one. You can make the argument that Sony is wrong, that it's not right for them to write up contractual agreements that basically say you can't put your games on the Game Pass, and you can't even like, I don't think people understand that Microsoft does the same thing. Why do people not understand how this industry works, but they're so ready and willing to discuss it like they know? Because here's the reality. Do you think the developers who sign timed exclusivity deals with Microsoft, which they still do, I want to make that known, while you are seeing Xbox fanboys out here try to, like you say, deliver a liver punch to Sony over their third-party exclusivity, they're simultaneously ignoring that Microsoft still does it too. They just aren't doing it with bigger games, probably because they can't. There are multiple timed exclusives coming from Microsoft. Stalker 2, Ark 2, just to name two off the top of our heads. My question to you is, do you think that in the contract that Microsoft has those studios sign, it doesn't say the exact same thing? Do you think they're not like, I don't think people understand that Sony has to have this stuff in the contract. Imagine if you wrote a contract. Think of this for a second, because to me, this is funny. Imagine you're the head of PlayStation for a moment, and your job is to try to secure some third-party exclusivities for your console. That's part of your job. Let's say you go over to Square Enix and you say, let's strike up an exclusivity deal, right? And you basically create the terms of that deal to present to Square Enix. And let's say, because you want to be such a nice guy, even though that's not what happens in business, you want to be such a nice guy, or maybe let's say it's not even about being a nice guy. Let's just say you didn't think of it. You didn't do your job. You let something slip through the crack. And on that contract that you wrote up, you didn't explicitly say, nowhere on that contract does it say, and you can't launch this game or bring this game to Game Pass during the time that it's exclusive. You don't say that. What that then means is that if you present that contract to Square Enix can read that contract over and say, okay, we agree to these terms. Then Microsoft can knock on Square Enix's door and say, we would like to pay you this amount of money to put Final Fantasy into Xbox Game Pass, right? This is what we would like to do. Well, because nowhere on the contract, it never says on the contract, it's not written anywhere. It was never agreed to that Square Enix can't put Final Fantasy 16 onto Game Pass, onto a subscription service. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's the point. Of course, if Sony signs an exclusivity deal with anybody, it's obvious, yeah, you're not putting that game on Game Pass. At least not until the contract expires. The same exact logic applies to Microsoft, right? Like, when Microsoft signs a timed exclusivity deal, even if it's for 3 months, 6 months, a year, the agreement is you don't put this game, obviously you don't put it on PlayStation, but you also don't put it on PlayStation Plus. It's just strange to me that people try to take these things that have, always been part of the industry, and B, are still part of the industry and aren't going anywhere. And basically, because they read something in a contract that says an explicit wording, and you cannot put this game into Xbox Game Pass, or you cannot talk to Microsoft and deal with Microsoft. But the most important thing, the most important point that I can make here is, again, it's the one that I tried to make originally, is that Sony isn't forcing these publishers to sign any contract, just like Microsoft isn't. There has to be an agreement. These publishers have to read the terms and decide, I'm okay with this. And here we go, actually 3,000 coming in with another. Actually, dude, you've been going crazy. Absolutely wild with these gifted memberships. We're going to get to a point where there aren't even going to be enough people left to gift memberships to. That is awesome, actually, 3,000. Huge shout out to actually 3,000, helping us destroy today's goal, which again, I didn't even mean to have it set to 25, but absolutely destroying the goal. Now at, I believe, 32 members, which is amazing. Dude, thank you so much, actually, 3,000. Everybody who's being gifted memberships, by actually give them a big thank you, because they've really been extremely generous. That's 30 memberships gifted from Exley 3000 today. And I think you gifted 30 yesterday, maybe even more than that. I'm losing track. Server error. Mimosa. Jedi Johnny 5. Mad Devil the Mauk. Mark Wagner. Karen Vora. Aaron Charles. Santana. Akshay Kumar. V-Game Veteran. All gifted memberships thanks to Exley 3000. You're saying you're welcome. You get back to what you put out there. All right. I hear you, Exley. I hear you. I'll keep on. I'll stay on track here. Thank you so much. I got a couple super chats I'm going to read, but yeah, just to finalize the point I was trying to make is, like, look, we can have the conversation like, are these contracts morally correct? I mean, technically speaking, no. Like, none of this is morally correct. Like, it's not good, right? Like, the idea of, I'm a company, I have a console, and I want to provide content to my console that you can't get anywhere else. So I'm going to, devise these contracts, and I'm going to be willing to pay money, and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to shop around, and I'm going to say like, yo, do you want to make your game exclusive to us? And we're going to do a business deal. It's like, no one is saying that's good, because as even the most diehard PlayStation fan will tell you, in my opinion anyway, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think that the overwhelming majority of PlayStation fans, they will tell you like what exclusivity is by itself, by definition, is not good. We don't want to exclude people. However, we aren't the ones who made the rules, right? We aren't the ones who decided exclusivity will be a thing. Just like we can't decide it won't be a thing. This is just the system and how it works and how it's always worked, and it's never going to change. It's just the way it is, man. It's natural, as weird as that sounds, but it is. Anytime there's a platform that is created by a company and that platform requires content, you're going to see content exclusive to that platform. And yes, we can get into the nitty gritty here, and we have many times to have the conversation. Well, what's the difference? Is there a difference between creating your content organically from the ground up and making that exclusive versus going out there and buying something that's already established and paying to make that exclusive and taking it away? Yes, there is. There is, obviously. But people really only want to have those conversations when it's convenient for them to do so. You know what I mean? A good example of this is people basically are so willing to get on Sony for signing exclusivity deals with a third-party publisher, being Square Enix for Final Fantasy, but some of those same people are willing to turn to Microsoft and say, hey, them buying Bethesda and clearly behind the scenes canceling the PS5 versions of Redfall and Starfield, that's totally okay. Even though on the consumer level, it's the exact same thing. Like, the end result for the consumer is the exact same thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, you either... I guess what I'm trying to say, and I'm going to read these super chats after I say this. I guess what I'm trying to say is that everybody should be standing on the same ground. Like, we should all be in the same place when it comes to how we view exclusivity. And that is, you should just be okay with it. Because whether you're okay with it or not, it's going to exist. And there's likely going to be a time where, I don't want to say where you're going to get behind it and justify and say this is good, but there are pros and cons. And in my opinion, everything would be easier if people were to all just agree exclusives are part of this industry. They're always going to be. They're never not going to be. Maybe we should just pay attention to the pros of that. You're saying it doesn't exist though anymore? I mean, I guess so, yeah, unless it's Nintendo, technically speaking. Saying stop with the PlayStation organic. I mean, look, I haven't really been hearing anybody talk about that anymore, right? Like, I don't know. Are a lot of people still coming out here and saying that PlayStation's all about that organic growth? I'm not. At this point, I think it's a combination of the two. I think Sony continues to want to grow organically in areas where it makes sense, but I think Sony's also obviously what we see with Bungie and some other, and potential, I don't know, Firewalk is pretty organic, I'd say. But clearly with Bungie, Sony's not going to be totally organic. Saying Colin keeps bringing it up. Yeah. I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. He's not totally wrong. I don't think so, no. I think a lot of the stuff that Sony's done is yes, it is organic. I think the reason, if I had to guess why Colin keeps bringing it up and trying to emphasize that Sony is doing things much more organically, is simply because there are not a lot, but more people than you would expect trying to compare what Sony's doing to what Microsoft is doing by buying publishers. Like, they're not comparable. They're just not. Not saying you have to decide whether one's wrong or right. No, I'm just saying they're not, like, we have to acknowledge they're not the same, you know? If you're gonna dive into that conversation, if you're gonna try to have the conversation of let's compare these two things, the first thing you have to establish there is that they're definitely not the same. You know? Maxwell, you're saying if PS5 is underwhelming, then the Series X is a dead man walking. Remember Frost? Yeah, that was, I'll be honest, man, like, I don't know. People went wild over that. And I kind of didn't get it at the time. I guess maybe because it was like the whole G4 revival and whatnot. But I never really, I mean, I laughed at it, obviously, and I was in disagreement, like, dead man walking, like, what? But I don't know, man. People just, they lost their minds over that. That was crazy to watch. But yeah, that G4 revival didn't last very long. So thank you for that, Maxwell. Got Godly Sir Speaks a Lot saying, the only thing I find underwhelming are pre-orders that offer you themes. What the F am I doing with themes on PS5? Give me PS5 exclusive pre-order bonuses. That I 100% agree with. Yeah, that I've come across that as well. I don't really buy games digitally anymore. I mean, sometimes I buy games digitally, but 90% of the time I'm buying them physically. But I remember with the PS4 generation, I did feel much more incentivized to potentially buy a game digitally or pre-order it if it was a game that I knew I was going to play, because some of those themes were amazing, right? Like I remember the Ghost of Tsushima theme. I was like, oh my God, I need to have that. That is incredible. And it really, like, to me, it really was a selling point. But you're absolutely correct in that, like, how is it that PS4 digital buyers are actually getting more bang for their buck getting those exclusive themes, those custom themes, than PS5 players? You're right. Like, what Sony should be doing is offering something to PS5 buyers, knowing that, well, we can't offer you a theme. We have to find something else to offer you, like some avatars or something, right? So Godly Sir Speaks a Lot. Well, that's something I haven't really thought of too much. That's something I haven't thought of too much. It is something that I actually completely agree with. Oh, yeah. Shelly92, you're saying you platinumed Vampire Masquerade. No. So here's the thing. One of the exclusive games that we brought up that Sony put out in 2022, I said Vampire Masquerade. That was the game that was listed, but you're right. Like, this was that multiplayer vampire battle royale game that came out of nowhere, and it was free to play. Pretty sure it was free. Yeah, I don't remember ever paying for it. It was free to play, and I was like, oh, this looks. I remember it released. I forget what month it released, but it released when like nothing else was coming out, and I played it, and I'm like, this is actually pretty fun. And I made the mistake of platinuming it. The reason why I say it was a mistake was because almost every trophy was easy to get. It was just a little bit grindy. Like, you just play the game, basically. But I didn't realize there was this one trophy, I'm trying to remember what it was, where you had to play, like, I think you had to play a certain amount of matches. And it was like a ridiculous number of matches. And I was like, yo, I'm like done with this game. I played it for a little bit. It was pretty fun. Again, I think that this is a game that Sony signed as an exclusive because they thought maybe this could be the next big battle royale hit. Maybe, probably not, but let's just get it anyway. And it was a pretty decent game. And I don't know how many people are still playing it. I have to imagine it's probably close to being a dead game by now, if it's not already. But I was like, it was driving me nuts because I was like, dude, this is the last trophy I need. Like, I'm only one trophy away from just getting this platinum. And so I had to basically just grind out just playing a bunch of matches. A lot of time, I'm not proud to say this, but a lot of times I think I just walked away from the game, just to let the match play out and just be an easy kill or whatever. No, hold on. Now, because now I'm thinking, now that I'm misremembering. No, that's not true. That's not true. There were two different trophies. One of the trophies was to play a certain amount of matches, but there was a second trophy. It was actually really difficult, and now I'm remembering, where I think you had to play a certain amount of matches and be in the top 3. That was, yeah, now that I'm remembering correctly now, that was the trophy, and that pissed me off because it wasn't something that I could just walk away from. Like, I had to actually try and do well. And I got it, but man, it was hard fought. Like, let me tell you, I was basically solid snaking that shit is what I was doing. I was booting up into these matches with 100 players or something, or like 64 players or something. And I'm like, you know what? Stealth, baby. Stealth. I'm just going to hide. I'm not going to engage, and I'm going to try to just survive to make it to the final 3. And I remember there were so many times where there was like 6 people left, and you know, the area gets smaller and smaller, and you got to be very careful because people are, you know, there's only 6 people left, and very, very small play area. The amount of times I was just sitting there hiding in a corner, hiding in a bush, something like that, and I made the mistake of popping out, and somebody just destroyed me instantly, and I was like, dude, I swear that was. I think I blocked it out of my mind getting that platinum last year because I was it was fun for a while, and then it got really unfun. So you're saying the Jedi Fallen Order platinum was an effing nightmare. Oh man, I'm playing Dead Island 2 right now. I'm probably gonna be playing Dead Island 2 and Jedi Fallen Order at the same time. I would like to platinum both games. I have not checked the trophy list for Dead Island 2, and I have not seen the trophy list for Fallen or Jedi Survivor. I don't even know if it's out yet. I really hope they're both relatively reasonable to obtain, because I'm so tired of platinums that make me want to rip my. I was gonna say my hair out, but clearly it's not rip my hair out. Rip my beard hair out when it's grown in. There we go. I'm tired of games that make me feel like I want to put my fist through the screen. Maybe is a better thing to say. So thank you for that, Sir Speaks a Lot. Godly Sir Speaks a Lot. He's a changed man. Mike Brown, you're saying, but they're saying they can't even talk to Microsoft even though the 6-month exclusivity deal is up. I think Sony should just buy them. It's kind of shady. Well, to be fair, Mike, I don't know. Like, I haven't seen this. I don't know the exact details. I will say that is, I don't know what that is. If that's true, like, I don't know if it's true. If that's true, that it's like you still can't talk to them after the 6 months. I'll be honest. Here's what you should ask. Why would Square Enix agree to that? That's the question. To me, I don't know if that's true. You're saying he just confirmed that he has no hair. Guys, this is not a secret. I literally talk about shaving my head. But the next time you'll see me with hair is probably going to be a clown wig at some point. So, Metal Gear Remake, Silent Hill. Well, Silent Hill's real, but, you know, Metal Gear, yeah. Good times. But that's the question we have to ask. That's the question. Like, we have to ask, even if that was true, which I don't think it is, but if it was, why would Square Enix sign it? I mean, people want to make it seem like Sony's so bad for coming up with these contracts and coming up with these agreements, but nobody takes a second to ask, why would the company? And that's the thing, is what people say is, well, it's because of the money that Sony paid them. Well, there's no denying that, but you also have to consider, well, you know, clearly Sony is not going to pay an unrealistic amount of money. You know, like Sony would not be willing to pay. It's a combination of the publisher, their expectations, and how much money Sony is willing to dole out. That's what it comes down to. If Square Enix really thought that by taking the money from Sony would be detrimental, to their game ultimately, and that they could make even more money through sales of that game on Xbox, Square Enix wouldn't take Sony's money. And Sony's not going to, they're not just going to keep matching them with a new offer. That's not how it works. The reason why Square Enix is so willing to take this money and sign this contract, these contracts with Sony, is because it works, dude. And Xbox players don't really buy games anymore. That's why. Like, it's unintended consequences, man. Like, Microsoft has to fight to come out here to get these contracts, to get games onto Game Pass. But simultaneously, Microsoft is conditioning their players to not buy games. But Microsoft maybe didn't necessarily, I don't know that Microsoft took time to ask the question, well, if we're conditioning our player base to not buy games, how are publishers going to feel about that? Publishers are going to want to sell their games. So I don't know. This is where I think Microsoft may put themselves in a bit of a bind, because it's like, we want to get content in the Game Pass. We want to have it exclusive to Game Pass. And that, that doesn't mean that they can't release their game on PlayStation. Obviously, it's a bit different. But in doing so, what if people stop buying games? Like, how are we going to appeal to publishers if people stop buying games? And this is where, you start to see that Square Enix more and more is like just choosing to skip Xbox. And it's, it's like, I don't even think it matters that they signed a deal with Sony. If anything, I'll be honest, if anything, Final Fantasy 16, I think everybody's under the mindset that Sony paid to make it exclusive. Maybe not. Sony may have just paid to get the marketing rights, to give them extra marketing, to give them a boost, to give them access to their engineers to optimize the game. I mean, obviously, that's probably not the case. Sony very much probably paid what they would need to pay for 6 months, but I'm just saying, like, it's a win-win situation in the eyes of Square Enix. So that contract could say, don't talk to Xbox ever again. Maybe not ever again, but don't talk to Xbox for the next 2 years. And Square Enix would probably sign it because they're like, yeah, we were planning on not talking to them anyway. Like, it's just, that's my read on it. I also just want to say really quick, one last thing that I want to add to this, and I think this actually might have something to do with it. Again, I cannot confirm whether or not what you're saying is true. This idea that Sony presented a contract to third-party publishers that says if you sign this deal with us, you cannot talk to Xbox for a certain amount of time. Like you're saying, after the 6-month exclusivity deal is up with Final Fantasy 16. That sounds kind of made up to me. But if that's true, the reason for that is likely because look at what Sony did with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Clearly, Sony did something with Square Enix to extend that contract, to take, like, Sony wanted to see how well is this game going to do for our platform. And when Sony saw the data, they're like, yo, it sold this many copies and it sold this many PS4 units. This is a system seller. They approached Square Enix and they were like, let's renegotiate this deal and make sure this game doesn't go to Xbox. And whatever Sony offered Square Enix was like, sounds good. And they extended that to the next part of Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I just think part of this might be Sony wanting to ensure, essentially, that they can continually renegotiate with Square Enix in an effort to keep these big Final Fantasy games off of Xbox. And Square Enix is going to continue to, you better believe Square Enix is going to continue to be like, oh, okay, Sony, you want to keep giving us money? Okay. It's a mutual partnership here. It's mutually beneficial. And I think that's where people have to ask, like, I mean, people can complain as much as they want. Well, like, Sony's doing all these third-party exclusivity deals. What is stopping Microsoft? You think Microsoft's like morally above that? well, Microsoft would never. No, Microsoft's not morally above anything. What is stopping Microsoft from spending their money on third-party exclusivity? Absolutely nothing. They just don't want to. And the reason being is because they're like, we want to save our money for people, not people, but companies that are willing to be bought. Not negotiated with, not partnered with, bought. That's the only difference. And in doing so, Microsoft's going to spend a hell of a lot more money, as we can clearly see. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it's the same. It's basically the same thing, but not at the same time. Different methods, same results is the best way to put it. Severin Evans, member for 1 month, saying, well, MBG, just to be fair here, if you lobby a political organization against competitors, a competitor's deal, don't get mad at the attention you asked for. Oh, no, don't get me wrong, dude. Sony deserves the heat. Absolutely. I mean, tomorrow, apparently the CMA is going to come out, and we'll see. The stream tomorrow, assuming I stream tomorrow, it should be interesting because apparently the CMA is going to come out and approve Microsoft's acquisition, and that is, this is the UK regulatory body. This is the regulatory body that Sony seemingly had on their side. And there's no doubt Sony could say nothing tomorrow. Sony could be quiet as a mouse. It's not going to stop, people from dunking on Jim Ryan, dunking on Sony, making fun of them and saying you lost. And Sony deserves it. Because, dude, you're right. Sony was the one who came out. And they were fighting. They were clearly fighting. And they obviously lost that fight. And the last thing that we heard from Sony was that they were shocked, basically. They were shocked that the CMA decided to just change their tune. And so, I think that in the same way that this is where I think people should try to give me a little bit more credit here. I'm not trying to give me as much credit as you want, but I'm willing to say that, yes, I can understand why Sony tried to fight this acquisition, why they came out and were willing to basically throw their own brand temporarily under the bus and garner a bunch of ill will, over the past 6 months or so. I can understand that. In saying that, though, I can also completely understand why they're going to get grilled if they lose. And when there's good news for Microsoft in regards to the acquisition, they're going to get grilled. You're going to see the Jim Ryan memes emerge. You're saying temporarily what? Well, I just mean like, in the midst of Sony not having a showcase, in the midst of them basically only announcing third-party games, like exclusives, in the midst of all that, they were also coming out here and fighting Microsoft, The salt will be fantastic tomorrow. To be honest, it's going to be funny, dude, because I am of two minds with this acquisition, and my gut reaction, no joke, I'm not kidding, my gut reaction to seeing the CMA approve it is happiness, like joy. And the reason for that, I think, is obvious, and we'll talk about that tomorrow. But the reason for that is because it's like, does this mean Sony's done fighting this? Does this mean Sony let it go, and now Sony's going to focus on, kicking ass again? That's my initial gut reaction. But at the same time, there still is a part of me that is concerned, I can't help it. I am concerned about, again, we talk about the different methods for the same result. I will be honest. I don't know that I can quantify. I don't know that I can count Microsoft's methods as similar or the same, because it just doesn't feel like it. buying Activision Blizzard and owning them, that's a different method, dude, than what we're familiar with, right? Like, that's taking things to a whole nother level. The result could be the same, but because it's just something totally different, totally unexpected to a degree, I feel like the results can also, they kind of fall in that same category where we can assume to know what will happen, but we really don't. And so that's why I figure, look, I'm not going to want to rag on Microsoft too much. I mean, look, Xbox fans truly, this is MBG saying this, so keep that in mind. I think tomorrow, if the CMA approves this, Xbox fans really will have something to cheer on and be happy about. And that is that if you really cared about getting these Activision Blizzard games into Game Pass, you have something to be happy about. I don't expect the Xbox Game Pass subscriber or fan, I do not expect their first line of thought to be concern and be, well, is this actually good for the entire industry? I expect the first, the first instinctive reaction to be, sweet, we get more games in the Game Pass. But that's where I do hope that people will continue to have the deeper conversations that I think are necessary and are helpful and interesting as well. But mainly, I'm going to be happy to see Sony move on. Mount Kosh 1, you're saying it's common sense. Why would PlayStation pay for all the advertising and marketing to get their games seen and hyped up just for people to then go and get it on a rival platform, service, or console? Exactly. I'm over here, explaining it in probably a not so simple way, but that's exactly correct, Mount Kosh. It's literally that simple. Why would Sony pay for the advertising, the marketing, and everything else that goes along with it? Pay for the actual exclusivity, even if it's timed. Pay for all of that to then, just see them go to the rival platform service. It makes no sense. Digital Diarrhea. Hell of a name. I must have missed this. I apologize. Thank you, Digital Diarrhea, for becoming a channel member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. That's a hell of a name. So thank you. Welcome aboard. Wait until the top tier of Game Pass is $30 a month. I'll tell you right now, I think I could be wrong, and this is just purely speculation. I think Xbox players should prepare themselves, not this year, maybe not even next year, but in the next couple of years at most, but it could come sooner than that. I think people still have to try to understand, like, Microsoft's paying a lot of money. Like, Microsoft is paying a lot of money, dude, an unfathomable, just mind-blowing amount of money for Activision Blizzard to put their games in the Game Pass. I think people need to prepare for a Game Pass price hike. Microsoft has to recoup that money. I think people might want to prepare for that. And honestly, I think it's justified. Saying there's a price lock on Game Pass for 10 years. Really? I don't know, man. I think a Game Pass price hike, I just feel like if there was ever a time for Microsoft to increase the price, it would basically be when they can say you're going to get Call of Duty in Game Pass, because people are going to be cheering that on, and then they can be like, well, we're gonna increase the price of Game Pass, and like, if you think about it, they're not going to get really any backlash for that, because people will be like, well, that's fair, like you just bought Activision and you're going to give us all these Activision games too. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be the right time. Like, if I was Microsoft, that's what I would do. If I was in charge of Microsoft, I'd be like, after we get, we spent $68 billion. We got all of Activision Blizzard. We can now start marketing Call of Duty in the Game Pass. I think about maybe like 2025 will be the year, because I think 2025 is going to be the first year that we see Call of Duty marketed on Xbox. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. Stephen Jones, you're saying finally getting my PS5 tomorrow, trading in my Series X. I'll just use my PC if I want to play a Microsoft game. Great stream as always. Well, thank you so much, man. Yeah, there you go, man. We have Stephen Jones letting everybody know he's trading in his Series X tomorrow to get his PS5, and he's just going to use his PC to play Xbox games. I can't say I blame you, man. Like, I know people might think like, oh man, he's being hyperbolic. I don't think so, dude. You know what? Like, because even if let's say, Stephen Jones, I'm not speaking for you, but I don't know if you were looking forward to Redfall, but like if Stephen Jones was looking forward to Redfall, he basically was just told like, you're going to get the worst, you're going to get a significantly lesser version on the Series X. And I think he actually probably made the smarter move by being like, well, if I'm going to play this game, or even Starfield or any Microsoft game, I'm just going to do it on PC, because at least then I know I'm going to, at minimum, be able to get 60 FPS, assuming you have a decent PC, a good enough PC. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if after that Redfall 30 FPS news, I have to imagine there were quite a few Series X owners who potentially feeling a little bit of regret. Can't blame that. Can't blame them for that. Bomyo also says he regrets getting an Xbox Series X. Dude, this is why I'm glad I didn't buy one. I know people were like, dude, you talk about Xbox, you got to get one, you be able to make content, and I'm like, I'm only going to buy a Series X when I feel convinced to do so. And even me, I'm not a PC gamer. I have no interest in PC gaming, but even I, now after seeing how Redfall was handled, anytime I'm thinking about playing like the next time I see an Xbox game that appeals to me and I want to play it, I'm waiting to find out if that game's going to have a 60 FPS performance mode before I even consider buying a Series X. I would prefer to play on the console. I would prefer the console experience, but I do have a PC capable of gaming. Pretty capable PC at that. And if I can't get that confirmation, like, I don't know, man. I'm honestly like practically assuming going forward most Xbox games are going to be 30 frames per second. That's like, because we're getting Redfall at 30 frames per second, and then we're obviously, I mean, Todd Howard pretty much said it. He said we're perfectly fine with our games at 30 FPS. So he's letting people know, like, expect 30 FPS for for Starfield on console. And it makes me think, well, like, you're kind of setting an expectation here, So saying because they are ports, I don't even know that it's because they're ports. I mean, maybe for Redfall, I think you're right about Redfall, because that is eventually going to get a performance mode, but I don't know, man. I'm just so surprised that this is, I don't know, man. I'm like surprised, but not at the same time. Severin Evans, you're saying nobody was looking at PlayStation or their business dealings until they took such a strong stance against the ABK deal. Nobody cared before that. Yeah, and again, that's kind of the price that Sony maybe has to pay. See, that's the thing, Severin Evans, is I think the important thing to extract from what you're saying here, I think the important thing to extract is that no one's going to care once it's over. They didn't care before, and they're not going to care when it's over, but it's understandable why they care now, because you're right. Like, until Sony basically came out and took a strong stance against it, that's when people are going to start hyper-focusing. Like, Sony asked for it. Let's be honest. Yeah, let's be honest with each other here. They asked for that scrutiny. They were welcoming it by taking that stance. And that's the price, man. Everything comes with a price. Sony could have just played along, signed the deal, and said, yep, everything's good. And everybody would have cheered them on. Maybe not cheered them on, but said, thanks, Sony. Good on you. But no, Sony did the exact opposite of that. And it's why that woman, the COO, I think, the COO of Activision, Lulu Cheng Maservi, I think her name is. That's why she has clearly had an axe to grind with Sony publicly. And anytime she's had an opportunity to really, basically drag Sony, she's done it. She was the one who came out and said, here's what Jim Ryan said. I just want to block your merger. It's like, I mean, if you're Sony, you got to be ready for that heat, right? Like, but I think the important thing is that once this is all said and done, no one's going to care anymore, And I've taken that stance as well, where I've maintained that, dude. Once Microsoft gets Activision Blizzard, the door is kicked down, the windows are blown out. Anything goes, dude. It's a full scale war. It's been escalated. That's pretty much as high as it can go. So whatever Sony wants to do after that, it's free game, open season, and the same goes for Microsoft and everybody else. Let me keep this moving along here. Josh, you're saying I'm no lawyer, but even if the CMA approves the deal, I don't think this deal goes through right away. Whether the FTC has a bad argument or not, the trial still starts. It's still not starting till August and will be dragged out. Not that I want this to be dragged out any longer. It's hard to believe that the FTC trial starts in August and it's just done in a month or two. Yeah, I mean, excuse me. I'm in agreement with you, Josh. I don't want to see this dragged out either. I really, really don't. And that's the thing that I said it before. It really does concern me, where the fact that the FTC is still holding on so tightly, I don't want to see Sony latch on to the FTC, because to me, it's obvious the FTC is going to lose. At this point, it's obvious that they're going to lose. And it's weird because, like, I guess, I don't know, there's even conversations happening that if Lena Khan, she's the head of the FTC, she's the one spearheading this, suing of Microsoft. She has not had a great track record, and people have already been questioning whether she needs to be replaced. And it's pretty clear that, like, she basically screwed herself, because if the FTC decides to drop this, then she's gone, because, like, you just tried to sue Microsoft and you backed out because you knew you were going to lose. And if they go to trial and they lose, well, she's still probably going to get kicked out. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that seems to be what's going to happen here, because everybody is pretty much looking around being like, dude, Microsoft's going to steamroll the FTC. And you're right. That doesn't mean it's going to, and I could be wrong. Look, I know I'm generalizing a lot here, and I'm making a lot of assumptions. You're right. It could be a very long, drawn out trial, and who knows? There could be some twists and turns, but based off of the trajectory that we can kind of see that people are predicting, it seems like whether it's a long, drawn out trial or not, Microsoft's going to walk away with Activision Blizzard, and Lena Khan's no longer going to be in charge of the FTC. Understandably, I really hope that Sony is maybe, like, reading the room here and being like, okay, well, we gave it our best shot, and it didn't work, and we'll root for the FTC silently. Go FTC behind closed doors, but publicly, we're just going to focus on getting our fans excited and delivering some games like that. I just don't want to see Sony continue to latch on to it, man. Like, I'll be honest, I'm like at a point where I'm just kind of ready for Sony to just sign the deal and move on, because it's clear, like, I don't think the FTC has a chance. I just don't. So we'll see, man. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Jay, saying, good luck, FTC, but we're out. That's the best way to put it. Like, I mean, if I were Sony, I'd be like, good luck, FTC, but we're out. Peace. Mount Kosh 1, thank you for the super chat. You're saying PlayStation is organic in terms of building up studios that aren't big multi-platform studios. Definitely not publishers, turning small studios into major studios, whereas Xbox is grabbing generationally pre-established multi-platform publishers and franchises that are already major and popular. Great way of putting it. And yes, that is correct. I mean, I think what somebody might argue is, well, what about Sony going for a game, series like Final Fantasy 16 and, making a game like Silent Hill 2 and whatnot. I mean, obviously they're two very different games, two very different franchises. One's a lot bigger than the other. I think that's the argument that somebody might bring up. But even then, like, both things can kind of be true, right, at the same time, because that's the thing. Like, Sony signing a deal with like Final Fantasy to make it exclusive, that doesn't mean that they haven't also built up the overwhelming majority of their studios organically. You see what I'm saying? Like, both can be true. Like, yes, Sony pays for some major exclusivity deals for games occasionally that are established. Multi-generational, multi-platform titles, but not that often. Look, I know everybody's hyper fixated on Final Fantasy, but it's not like Sony's out here taking a bunch of games away at one time. At least bigger, like you said, established, multi-platform, generationally. Sony couldn't even afford to do that, even if they wanted to do that. And that's why I think people do look at Sony and they view it as like it is more. I mean, it just is. You can't argue that. Like, I actually saw some people on Twitter, again, of all places, right? Who would have thought? I saw people on Twitter basically trying to dunk on Sony and PlayStation fans and throwing around the term organic when they acquired Firewalk and basically saying, like, it's, they're trying to make the point, and they look foolish in doing so, that, like, see, they're not organic. I thought Sony was all organic. It's like, dude, that is about as close to an organic acquisition as you're going to get these days. Like, they partnered with the studio when they were established. They gave them funding. And then as the game development progressed, you're saying, how's that organic? Because, dude, it's let's look at Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch was acquired by Sony in 2011. Did Sucker Punch released I think, if I'm not mistaken, they released at least one, but I'm pretty sure it was multiple games as exclusives before Sony purchased them. Right? Like, Sony partnered with them, gave them a chance, gave them the opportunity, they proved themselves, and then Sony said, okay, like, would you like to strike a deal? We would like to acquire you and then grow you significantly after that. That is pretty organic. I'm not saying it's the most organic. That is not identical to Sony saying we're going to make our own studio from the ground up and produce our exclusives. So could it be more organic? I think that's the question. Like, could it be more organic? It could. Yes, they were a second-party studio. But I would say that, especially at a time like this, with insane consolidation happening, it's pretty organic. Like, it's about as organic as you can hope for it to be, And that's why I give Microsoft credit too. Like, Microsoft has made some organic acquisitions. Like, when Microsoft acquired Playground Games, that to me was organic. Like, I felt that they should have been a first-party studio a long time ago. Undead Labs, organic. Compulsion, a pretty unproven studio, organic. So it's not like Microsoft hasn't made some of these purchases that would be considered more organic. They have. I just think that people, to be honest, I just think you're saying Bethesda's organic. I mean, I don't fully know. It's really difficult for me to agree with that, because it's the scale's just, it's not the same, Like, I understand people point out the fact that Microsoft has had a good working relationship and partnership with Bethesda throughout the generations, and that's true, but I don't know, man. Buying Bethesda, buying an entire publisher, I mean, Microsoft had nothing to do with the development of pretty much all of Bethesda's games. And that, to me, like, that's the important thing. That's the important, like, there's a reason why Bethesda is viewed as like their own independent entity underneath Microsoft. Like, they are Xbox Studios, technically, yes, but there's a reason why they're viewed as like they're their own thing. They established that themselves. And the same, it's the exact reason why I don't view Bungie as organic, right? Because Bungie has worked with Sony pretty closely over the years with Destiny. Bungie literally influenced the development of the DualShock 4 controller. So it's like they had a good working partnership and relationship, but still, Sony isn't responsible for the output, and they never were, of Bungie. They're not responsible for Destiny. They're just not. So regardless of how many marketing deals or exclusivity deals or how close they were, Bungie, they became big on their own. And that's where I think the difference lies, where it's like when you look at a studio like Sucker Punch, and this is no offense to Sucker Punch, but the reality is Sucker Punch they weren't big when Sony bought them. They weren't. See, this is where it's about the strategy behind it, guys. And I think that's what people have to try to see, is that Sony's strategy is we need to get in the door before they get big. That's Sony's strategy. Sony sees something and they see the potential and they want it. We got to get them now. We got to strike now because they're about to blow up. And when they do, the chances of them wanting to be acquired are going to go down. And even if they want to be acquired, the price is going to go way up. Buy low and build up. Exactly. And that's not easy to do because it is risky. Like, there's no guarantee at all. These studios that Sony just bought on a whim, not on a whim, but it just feels like it. Haven Studio, Firewalk, we've never seen a single glimpse of gameplay from either of these studios. This could be a disaster. These studios could get shut down after their first game comes out. I doubt that. I don't think Sony would be so willing to buy a studio if they didn't see something that had a lot of promise. Like, I think if Sony was checking out Haven Studio and they're like, oh, this is not looking good, I don't think they would buy them, you know? But it is risky. And that's part of it. Firewalk could be the next Bungie, basically. They could be the next big thing. They could be the next Respawn. But the investment is happening early. So thank you for that, Mount Kosh 1. We got Colby Watson saying, hey, MBG, can we get your top 5 games of all time? I can't do a top 5 just off the top of my head because, frankly, I don't want the stream to go too long because I do want to try to get a video out if possible. But either way, I'm trying to keep my weekly streams certainly shorter than my podcasts. But I'll just throw out a couple off the top of my head. I mean, you can see in the background here, Metal Gear Solid. And I always struggle with this because I feel like my top 5 could just be Metal Gear Solid. Like, at least the first 4 on the list would be Metal Gear Solid 1 through 4. But the Metal Gear Solid games that stand out to me, Metal Gear Solid 4 is, I don't know, man, that game just has a special place in my heart. I don't know if it was a time and place thing, but, you know, I know there's always like that argument where it's like, oh, you know, MGS 1 and 2 are better than 3 and 4. Like, for me, 4 is possibly I might be my favorite game of all time, man. Like, no joke. But the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne is part of that. But the Dark Souls games, I'll never forget what my experience with Dark Souls 1 was like. Going further back, I mean, even though I'm pretty hard on the GTA series, I have to admit the GTA games were pretty pivotal in just kind of like making me the person I am today in terms of how I play video games and and building my passion for video games. I mean, I specifically think of GTA Vice City. GTA 3, again, it was pretty early for me, but GTA Vice City, that was a game where I don't know, man. I got my PS2. I was way too young to be playing it, but, you know, I was playing it. And I don't know, man. Like, it was one of those things where I really couldn't appreciate just how good GTA Vice City was until I started playing like other games. And I was like, why isn't this like GTA though? You know, that's the thing about Rockstar is like they're kind of ahead of their time with some of the stuff they're delivering. And yeah, dude, Red Dead. I mean, I got to say, Red Dead Redemption 2. I know it's a more recent game, but speaking of Rockstar, Red Dead Redemption 2, to me, it wasn't the perfect game. Like, I did have some issues with like the gameplay in terms of it felt a bit like, I know it was very real. Like Red Dead 2 to me was almost too realistic, but Red Dead 2 specifically, I'm still kind of in awe at like what Rockstar achieved with that game. But yeah, I mean, it's hard for me not, like, The Last of Us is on there for sure. The Last of Us 1. I mean, when I played that game, I was just like, I was mesmerized. I just couldn't believe how good, like, what it was doing. I feel like we've talked about The Last of Us so much that it's hard for me to put that on my list, but that game is absolutely on my list. And there are definitely others. I would really have to sit down and think hard. My problem is with my memory. Like right now, I know for a fact there are a ton of other games I played that are just eluding me at the moment. They're just, because I'm put on the spot, not popping in my brain. But if I take time to sit down and really think about it, I mean, yeah, God of War, obviously. That's what's so tough, man. It's so hard to give a top 5. I would really have to sit down and really think and contemplate. Because that's something that's really not good with me, is I kind of have, like, it's, if I think of a top 5 list, dude, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 have to be on there, even though 4 is higher up for me. It's just because, dude, when I played Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, you think about, like, when the entire experience of a game, when you hit the credits roll, how it makes you feel. Like, you get, like, a feeling that's just unforgettable. It like, changes you. Dude, Metal Gear Solid 3 and 2 and 3, I will never forget, like, the way those games made me feel, like, when I completed them. Like, nothing has touched it except for MGS4. It's crazy, dude. Like, and it's hard. Like, that's why it's so hard for me to even consider any other games, because those, like, the feelings I had completing those games. Maybe it was a time and place thing, but they're still so prominent in my mind. Resident Evil 4, yeah, again, that's another one, dude. That's another one. Please do a tier list stream, MBG. Maybe we could do that. Yeah, people have been asking me to do that for a while. They're always so daunting, though. I feel like there's so much pressure. There's so much pressure with the tiers, the tier lists. Saying MGS2, bro, trash can. No way, no way. Just say it, MBG, Gears of War. No, you know what? Another game, actually, Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead. That is one of my all-time favorite games. I don't talk about it enough, but that game was, I mean, I don't know, man. There was something about Left 4 Dead. I never played a game quite like it. I never had an experience quite like Left 4 Dead. That was the game that blew my mind when I bought an Xbox 360. That was really my number one reason for buying 3. I was like, I got to play that game. I think both Left 4 Dead and Metal Gear Solid 4 came out in 2008. Man, what a year. What a year. So Colby Watson, it was maybe a bit of a messy list there, but hopefully you get a better understanding of some of my favorite games of all time. Let me see. We got Balerian. You're saying Game Pass is seemingly causing harm to the gaming industry. No, don't say that. Don't say that. We're not allowed to say that. Game Pass is only good because we're the consumer, and we don't care about the industry. We only care about the deals we get. We don't care about the industry. We don't care what could harm the industry. And that's, the truth is this. It's a little bit more, the truth is a bit more nuanced. I mean, look, I can sit here and I can say Game Pass to a degree is probably harming the industry, but the reality is Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, in their own ways, they're all doing different things that are, in one way or another, probably harming the industry. I do think that Game Pass probably has the most potential to, in the long run, damage the industry the most for a multitude of reasons that I'm not getting into now, because it would just go on for another hour. But we've talked about it at length. And And we even mentioned, one of the things off the top of my head is Game Pass conditioning people to not expect to pay for games. That's a problem. Like, that is a big problem that I'm telling you now. Like, if Game Pass continues to grow successfully, like, more and more people are going to become conditioned to not pay for video games. And that is potentially going to be devastating to this industry. Again, depending on how big it gets. But that's just one thing. That's just one thing. You're saying nobody is doing that? Dude, look at the data. I don't know who you're kidding, bro. Like, look at the data. Even for a game like Dead Island 2, the data just came out. It's specifically for the UK, and I would love to get more data, but every single time people are buying games on PlayStation, and the percentage of people buying games on Xbox, it's just lowering, man. It's getting lower and lower. Like, we just had a report from Jeff Grubb who said that Hi-Fi Rush didn't make enough money. Let me ask you, did Microsoft come out and clarify and say, oh no, it made enough money? No, they didn't. They said it was a success and a breakout hit for them. They said nothing about money because it didn't make them enough money, because nobody bought it, or very few people bought it. Because why would you? Why would anybody? It's on Game Pass. Like, people, I'm telling you, I want to know what are Microsoft's expectations for Starfield sales. I want to, or maybe not even Starfield. Let's talk about Redfall. How many copies of Redfall are they planning on selling? How many do they think they're going to sell? What's their expectation? Is it 1 million? Surely, maybe 1 million. I don't know. Does that seem too high? It seems too high to me. Like, why would anybody buy it? For $70? Why would anybody buy it? 600,000? That sounds reasonable. 440K units. That sounds even more reasonable. Why do I care about sales? Well, I care about sales because, dude, I'm telling you, the industry is not ready. And I don't know that it ever will. The industry is not ready to fully embrace the quote-unquote Netflix style. It's not. The things would crumble, dude. It's just the way video game development works, the budgets involved. Even if you look at the movie industry, there's don't people still realize, like, dude, big hit theatrical releases are still necessary. The movie industry learned that real quick. Now, maybe, even Netflix isn't hitting their targets. People have been saying for a long time, like, when's Netflix going to be profitable and sustainable? Beats me. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Spotify suffers the same issue. And I don't know, it just seems like we're in this weird limbo where it's like, investors, as long as they're sold on the long-term plan, they're willing to continue to invest. You're saying Netflix is profitable? Maybe it is. Let me see. Is Netflix profitable? I will admit, I haven't been keeping up with it. Yes, Netflix is profitable. It first became profitable in 2003 and has grown steadily since, then reaching a profit of $4.49 billion in 2022, a 12.2% decline from record profit in 5. Okay. Well, I guess it is profitable. Damn. You know what I think the question probably is? The question for Netflix is probably, if I had to guess, is not much different than the same question that's posed in gaming, and that is, okay, it's profitable, but is it sustainable? Is the profit sustainable? I guess we'll see. To me, it's not so much like, if you were to ask me, do I think Game Pass could be successful? Yeah. I think it could be extremely profitable. You're saying you just don't want Xbox to do well. It's not about not wanting Xbox to do well. Believe me, it's really not that simple. It would be pretty comical if it was simple, if it was that simple. But it's not. My whole thing about Microsoft and Game Pass is simply this. I'm not really concerned about whether or not Game Pass can eventually become profitable and eventually become like Netflix, where it does become profitable, right? My concern lies in if Microsoft, like, how is Microsoft going to make that happen? And we already have the answer to that. We already have the answer to that. The way Microsoft eventually gets to profitability is by going so far in debt, right? So far in the red in terms of how much money they have to spend to make that happen, that very few companies could do that. That's the thing about it, is it really, like, when I say it's the Game Pass effect is basically the brute force. That's what it is. Saying they're not in debt, surely you understand what I'm saying. Surely you understand that Xbox did not bring in anywhere near $68 billion. Or maybe I should say closer to $75 billion when you count Bethesda. Surely you know that. The Xbox division has not brought in anywhere near $75 billion in profit. And I'm not talking revenue, I'm talking profit. No. It's gonna take a long time. It's gonna take a long time for Microsoft to recoup that. So yeah, they're bleeding money, but they're bleeding money so that way they eventually, in the long run, after they make these big purchases and they spend many years in the red, they can eventually be in the black and be able to run a sustainable, profitable gaming subscription service. And that's the thing right there that I want people to focus on is, yes, Microsoft can do that. And they seemingly will do that. They're in it for the long haul. The day will come where, thanks to Activision Blizzard and all their games, thanks to all the studios that Xbox bought, and thanks to Bethesda, the day will come where Game Pass gets enough subscribers that it's not only sustainable, but it is profitable, potentially very profitable. And a lot of people, a lot of gamers, a lot of consumers might think to themselves, and I think it's a fair thought process, and I can't argue with it. Well, if Microsoft does that, and they continue to provide all these games through their service, why would I be unhappy about that? Why should I be unhappy about it? Like, why would I root against that? And to be honest, as I just said, it's almost impossible to convince just the average consumer, or even explain to the average consumer why that might be concerning for the industry as a whole, because it's almost impossible for the average consumer to overlook that deal. But it's like, but I'm paying less money and getting more games. My concern is, okay, well, that's great that Microsoft is going to basically bleed money for who knows how long until they eventually get there. They'll wait it out, they'll bleed it out, and they'll eventually get there. They can afford to do that. What does that mean for Sony? What does that mean for Nintendo? What does that mean for any other publisher that doesn't have trillions of dollars to just lean on? You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean for AAA game output? I just, like, the thing is, we don't have the answer to that. Like, no one can say what it means. But what we do know is that Microsoft doesn't care. And I can't blame them. Why would I? If I was Microsoft, I wouldn't care about Sony. I wouldn't give a shit about Sony. And I wouldn't give a shit about Nintendo. This is why I think Phil Spencer's been awfully quiet these days, because I think people finally got fed up with the whole nice guy act. It's like, dude, you can't be coming out here and buying publishers like Activision Blizzard and simultaneously try to make it seem like you care about the health of the industry as a whole. No, you do not. If you cared about the health of the industry, you would have ensured that Halo didn't die a swift death going into this generation. If you cared about the industry, you wouldn't be out here desperately clinging to Activision Blizzard and Call of Duty so that way your subscription service can eventually succeed. And that's what I try to tell people. I'm not saying Sony cares about the industry to the degree in which it's not all about the money. It is. But the difference between what Sony is doing, what Sony has done, and what Nintendo is doing, and what Nintendo has done, and what they both continue to do, the difference between Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft is that Sony and Nintendo are not doing things that could potentially utterly rattle and shake this industry to its core, to where if they succeed, things might become unrecognizable, dude. Yeah, basically implode the market. Why? People wonder, why is Sony seemingly so against? Why is Sony so against Call of Duty being owned by Microsoft? I know at first people think that, oh, it's because of the money. I mean, obviously. But my whole thing here is, so many people were focused on the fact that, well, Sony just wants to protect their profit margins. They don't want to lose the money that Call of Duty makes them. But dude, then Microsoft comes out and says, no, we want to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation. We're going to keep it on PlayStation forever, but we'll give you a 10-year contract to help, as a concession. So Sony is being told, you can keep Call of Duty on PlayStation, and you can keep selling it, and you can keep raking in that money. What is it that Sony's scared of? Sony is absolutely terrified, as they should be, as every major game, anybody who has a platform should be scared that, dude, if Microsoft gets Call of Duty on the Game Pass, it's likely over. Like, they won in terms of, this is where the rubber meets the road for Game Pass. This is where Game Pass starts to really climb and the momentum builds. And when that begins to happen, the pressure will begin to mount for Sony. How are you going to respond to this, Sony? Look at all these games that Game Pass is offering. Microsoft is putting all their first-party games. Why aren't you doing that? And you know what the sad reality for Sony is, and for the entire industry, is Sony, they're good. The only answer Sony is going to have is, we can't afford to do that. And the consumer isn't going to give a shit. The consumer isn't going to want to hear that. Why would they? Why would the consumer say, oh, I totally understand, Sony? No problem. No, that's not how this works. Sony knows that's not how this works. Everybody else knows that's not how this works. And so, basically Game Pass could ultimately be the undoing of this industry. And I'm not saying, keep in mind, when I say the undoing of this industry, I don't mean the industry is going to die. I don't mean Microsoft is going to kill this industry and end it. No, it's going to be the undoing of everything that has come before Game Pass. Everything that was considered normal and traditional and how things worked in gaming. That's what Game Pass represents. And so many people seem to not understand that it's kind of scary. And the scariest thing about it is we've literally watched it happen. Now, some people have said to me, well, dude, look at Netflix, right? Netflix is doing pretty well. Like, the market will speak. And the market is speaking by saying, well, Netflix still puts out some good stuff. And they do. And Xbox will put out good stuff as well. But when people say, like, Sony might just be the blockbuster in this situation, I mean, yeah, they just might be. And so it really is going to be up to the market to determine that. Because at some point in time, as Netflix was beginning to take over, saying Netflix lost billions in market value last fall. Netflix isn't Game Pass. You're right. Netflix is not Game Pass. And I think that there's, it's hard to make this comparison with Netflix and video and Game Pass because video games are very different from movies. They are very different from movies. They're completely different markets. And that's why I just don't think people quite understand the potential danger of Microsoft coming out and saying, we want to be the Netflix of gaming. People might want to be careful what they wish for because I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it's true that Netflix, they still produce some quality stuff here and there, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know that this is going to work out the way people envision it will. I mean, maybe it will, maybe it can, maybe this is just a bunch of fear mongering. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like my intuition when it comes to Game Pass tells me that like everything comes with a cost, man. Like that's the thing I can't get away from is everything comes with a cost. And right now, $1 trillion company is eating that cost. Why? Like that's the thing is they're not just eating the cost for the fun of it. They don't want to eat the cost, but they're doing it anyway. There's something, I'm telling you, there's something behind the curtain with Microsoft's entire business model that we haven't seen yet and we're going to see. And maybe again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm dwelling too much in the negative, and maybe that thing behind the curtain could be something good. Maybe it could be something that the industry needed. But I will tell you, it's difficult for me to believe that when the company that is trying to grow whatever this is that's behind the curtain, they need things that have already existed, that still do exist, are already successful, and everything was basically going just fine. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not like Microsoft came out here and said, we're offering you something completely new, completely fresh, completely different, and it's something that nobody else thought of. You're saying it's called evolution and change, and yeah, that might be it. That might be it. And that's, to me, that is also a difficult pill to swallow because it's just, I don't know, this might be one of those moments where, I mean, it's true. If you would have went back, if you could go back to the 90s and walk into a Blockbuster and talk to a Blockbuster enthusiast, like somebody who loved Blockbuster and loved the business model, and you were to say to them, hey, I'm from the future, they'd probably ask, well, have you seen Terminator 2 yet? No, but if you were to go to them and say, I'm from the future, I'm from the year 2023, and I want to let you know, not only is Blockbuster going to be pretty much completely dead, but the way we're going to consume movies and the way we're going to watch movies and engage in this is we're going to turn on our TVs with the remote, we're going to press a couple buttons, and we're going to watch it right there. It's going to stream from the cloud to our, like they would be like, what are you, like, this guy's on like drugs. That's what they would they would look at you like you had three heads. And that's where I do wonder, like, what would future, you're saying they would love that idea? I mean, maybe they would. You're right. Maybe that would sound like a good idea. And so I like wonder if future MBG from like the year 2035, 2037 could come here now and tell me, so yeah, this is how you're going to play PlayStation and Xbox games in the year 2035. Just a heads up. I just wonder, I really wonder what the future is going to look like. I really wonder how this is all going to work out. And it's not that I go on this crusade against Game Pass. It's just my gut, as I said, man, my gut tells me that something is lurking beneath the surface with this whole Game Pass business model, and we haven't seen it yet. Microsoft is working on it, and when we see it, it might not be exactly what we all hoped for. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. But I just maintain my thought process in that I look at Sony, I look at Nintendo, and I figured that they're offering consoles, they're offering exclusive games that you have to pay for on the console, and I don't see a problem with this. And the only problem that I see, and I'll be honest here, let me try to connect these dots. So, hold on. I think I got it. I think I just made the connection here. I keep saying that there's something lurking underneath the surface. There's something hiding behind the curtains, something that we might not like. And I think I just figured out what it might be. I said earlier that video games are different from movies. They're different from TV shows. Video games are a unique medium that simply cannot be compared to anything else because they're different. They're vastly different. What I've noticed in this industry for almost the entire time that I've been paying attention to it is there is this insatiable lust, being super dramatic right now, this insatiable desire to take something that is not necessarily super appealing in a broad sense, right? Where we take a video game and maybe we appeal to 10 million people. Maybe as a whole, with almost all of these video games, we appeal to 100 million people, 200 million people, a couple 100 million people. But there's this desire to say, but we need to appeal to even more people than that. We need to appeal to everyone. And I think where my fear might lie is that the Game Pass model is ultimately going to do for the video game industry what games like Fortnite potentially have done to the industry, but not in terms of, oh, it's a mass wide appealing game, but it's going to do for the business model what, you know what, let me scratch that because I'm working on this as I'm going. Not Fortnite. All right, Fortnite isn't the accurate. We could use Fortnite. I'm going to get to these super chats. I know we could use Fortnite, but I think I have an even better one. I think Game Pass has the potential in the long term to do for the video game business model what mobile gaming has done to the video game industry. Think about that. I think that might be exactly where my fear lies. I think it's that I have a fear that the Game Pass business model, if it truly succeeds, will do for this industry in terms of business models what mobile gaming has done to the video game industry. Because think about it. What is the connection there? What is the through line between, well, you're talking about Game Pass and it's a subscription-based video game model, and then you're talking about mobile gaming. What is the connect? You know what the common theme, you know what the connecting thread, the through line is between those two? The lowest common denominator. The person who doesn't want to pay for anything. The race to the bottom. Because that's the thing is, like, I see so many times how people tell me how great of a deal it is. And it's like, I get that, but why is there something here? Like, there's something about it. And people might say, well, you just want to gatekeep. And it's like, well, maybe there's something to be said for that. Because take a look at the mobile game market. That's what happens when you don't gatekeep. That's what happens when you race to the bottom. That's what happens when the core audience that's willing to actually pay for a product no longer exists. So it's like we're making a connection here where it's like, okay, well, we can all pretty much agree that a model like Game Pass is beginning to condition people to no longer expect to pay for video games. It's already beginning to condition people to hesitate. I'm not going to pre-order. I'm not going to buy because it might make its way to Game Pass. You've been hiding in a box, MBG. It's all about mobile. Well, you know, I mean, it is, man. And that fucking sucks if true. Like, this is why I don't like to talk about PlayStation wanting to get more involved with mobile gaming and stuff, because it's like, dude, I don't want to look. I try to be understanding where it's like anybody who engages with games, whether it's mobile or not, we're all gamers. I get it. But like, dude, you cannot compare playing a game on your phone to sitting down and experiencing a AAA video game. You just can't. They're too different. And what goes into those experiences is too different. And I feel like the thing that is lurking under the surface and what seems so nefarious to me about Microsoft is they're basically saying, we're going to take that AAA gaming experience, which they can't even get right, by the way. Microsoft can't even get the AAA gaming experience in the industry as we know it now. They can't even get that right. But they're going to take the AAA gaming experience and they're going to deliver it to a casual audience. To the audience that doesn't want to pay for games, that doesn't care about paying for games, to the audience that says, well, how much is this going to cost me? Oh, almost nothing? Oh, okay, I'm in. And where the nefarious aspect of this lies is Microsoft is saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna deliver those AAA games and it's going to be fine. It's like, no, it's not going to be fine. There's a reason why mobile gamers are mobile gamers. Casual gamers are casual gamers. And they're not interested in the console. They're not interested in your exclusives. They're not interested in anything you have to offer because they don't want to fucking pay for it. They don't care. And the only way you're going to make them care is by somehow offering a game that's supposed to cost $100 million plus to develop, $150 million plus to develop for $10. And even then, Microsoft can't get it. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is where I am going to suddenly go into this rant mode because it's like, it's all right there in front of us. They don't fucking know what they're doing. The industry has been established, and the people who are here supporting this industry, buying new video games, paying for video games, paying for consoles, willing to actually invest money in this industry, we are already here. We are already here. And somewhere along the way, we all decided, not all of us, but most of us, the industry spoke, the market spoke, and we said, Microsoft, your shit isn't up to snuff. It's not good enough. It's not interesting enough. And so this is where this is why, see, it all comes full circle. People say to me, dude, why do you bitch so much about Xbox? Why do you keep going on? This is why. Because this is Microsoft's answer to it all. Microsoft's answer to a market that said what you're offering isn't worth the price. It's not good enough. Your competition is offering something significantly better for the same price. This is why Microsoft's answer to that is, well, what if we can offer something kind of the same for a much, much cheaper price? And people might argue, people will argue, they'll say, well, MBG, that's the whole thing, man. If the market is willing to speak to Microsoft and say what you're offering isn't worth the price, then when Microsoft decides to lower that price and offer it at a much more appealing $10 a month, then maybe the market will speak again. And maybe the market says, okay, that's good enough. That sounds good to me. $10, $15 a month. Okay, sure. But that's just it. The market already did speak, as far as I'm concerned. The market spoke and it said, yeah, Game Pass is nice and all. $10 a month, definitely better than, what Microsoft was offering previously. But we're still going to go buy PS5s and Nintendo Switches. And it turns out that more people are going to choose to still buy PS5s for $500 than they are subscribing to Game Pass for $10. Microsoft couldn't make good games. I'm telling you, man, it's getting scary out here. Because the more I think about it, like the more I dwell on it, the more I realize, like, dude, Microsoft, they really did it, man. Like, they really just woke up one day and said, fuck it, we can't make good games. We got to go buy games. And this is how we'll succeed. And this is how, in the long run, we're going to change the business model and the expectation of the business model. You're saying, I think we're being a tad bit dramatic. Yeah, no doubt. It's too early. It's way too early to determine anything, whether it's set in stone or, it's all speculation. But what I do know isn't speculation is that Microsoft tried, they failed, the market spoke, and they're trying to change, which is fine. That's like, they had to change. Like, dude, Microsoft had to change. I think that this is just why I was so, like, my frustration, I think, really does lie in the fact that I didn't want to see Microsoft shift gears and decide, well, the core audience and the core gaming market is no longer sustaining us and supporting us. And that's our fault because we're not delivering. So, now we're just going to have to try to appeal to the lowest common denominator and the more casual and the person who doesn't want to pay a lot of money, who isn't willing to pay money for this. And this is just, and you're saying don't be a drama queen, MBG. Well, you know what? Let me ask you something. At what point does the industry change to a degree in which the majority of the market begins to say, well, we're not paying for this? We're approaching it. Because the amount of people that I've already seen, I actually know people in person who say, I'll never pay $70 for a game. Doesn't matter what the game is, doesn't matter how good it is, they'll never do it. We're already there. And to me, that's I'll tell you why that's strange. It's not because I don't understand. Like, I know, like, in my opinion, there is a difference between saying I can't afford that. Like, that I get. Gaming isn't cheap. And I'm not saying that I don't sympathize. Like, I get it. If you can't afford it and it's too expensive of a hobby, I get that. But at the same time, like, people, I think, need to try to keep in mind, like, why is it an expensive hobby? Is it because it's truly just about greed? Can these developers and these publishers give me games like God of War Ragnarok for $30 or $40, but they just don't want to? Well, I can't answer that definitively. I can't say that there's no greed involved. I think it's safe to say there is likely some greed, yes. These companies, they want to grow. They want to keep making more money, obviously. They want to make profit. Microsoft is no different. But I firmly believe that the answer to that question, it is no, dude. Like, it's just not. It's just not sustainable, and it's not realistic to expect bigger and better games while paying less money for them. And that's the difference between video games and movies, video games and TV. Video game technology is ever evolving and improving. And with that, so is the cost of making these games. The cost of, we need to make it bigger. We need to make it better. Why is that? Because we can. Because this is the nature of video game technology. You can't say the same about movies. You can't say, no, it's not necessarily the same in films. Because with films, I mean, yeah, maybe with like CG technology and all that, but it is inherently different, man. Like, somebody can make a big blockbuster film with technology that is not that dramatically more expensive or different. It improved. Yes, technology in the movie industry obviously has improved, but I'm telling you, it is inherently different because video games, what the big differentiating factor to me is films don't need, regardless of how much the technology improves and how expensive it might be, like I don't doubt that. When somebody says, I'm going to make a big blockbuster movie, like the upcoming Superman movie, like we know, we know, you're saying you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I don't. I'll admit I'm way overextending my reach here. All right. I don't want to make it sound like I'm familiar with the movie industry and I know the ins and outs. I'm going to take a step back. Here's what I do know though. Cause you're right. I pay attention to video games. You're right. All right. I don't want to make it sound like movies are nothing. No, I love movies. Here's the one thing I do know, however, about video game development and how it differentiates itself from making a movie or a TV show. Video game development, especially in the AAA space, takes years. And the reason why video game development, like people are basically saying like, yo, why is it taking like 5-6 years for a AAA game these days? You know, one of the biggest reasons for that is because that's where, when you think about technology scaling in video games, you think about what's required. Like, what does that mean to make a bigger world? Like, why is the Elder Scrolls 6 going to take 10 years? It's because that's how it is with video games, man. Like, you have people, large groups of people, development teams, they have to sit down every day and build it and make it. And you can't really cut corners. You know, you can't, you literally can't cut corners if you're making an open world game. You have to actually develop those corners. You know, I just feel like this is where maybe it is impossible to try to compare the video game industry to any other industry, because the way in which video games are created, the way in which they are made, it's not comparable. You're saying the same thing in films? Well, you know what? Please explain it to me then. I mean, I don't mean that. I'm serious. Like, I would like to learn if you're basically telling me, that a video game taking possibly 10 years to develop is no different than a big blockbuster movie being made, I need somebody to explain to me how it's not different, because maybe I am ignorant in this case. But I, in my opinion, it just seems to me that maybe saying, yeah, there you go, Avatar 2. Okay, yeah, no, that is a great example. I didn't even think of that. You're right. That is it. But am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong about this. Avatar 2, you're absolutely correct. Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't James Cameron basically say, like, I gotta wait for the technology? I'm pretty sure that's why it took so long. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong about that. But yes, Avatar 2 is a great example of that. That's, you know, the technology had to scale, and it took time. It took time to get to that point, right? To get the technology right. But my question to you is, how many other movies are doing that? How many other filmmakers are doing that? Like, I feel like this is where it's still maybe not comparable, because, I don't, like, can you give me another example other than Avatar 2? Or is Avatar 2 kind of an outlier? Is James Cameron maybe like doing, you know, he's a visionary, of course, and because of that he's kind of doing something that's that pretty much no one else is doing. The MCU, yeah, but the MCU never took a break, you know? I mean, the MCU has improved over time. Although it is interesting, I saw that apparently, like, the MCU is getting they're having trouble because people are being, I don't know, the crunch deadlines with, ironically enough, like with the CG and you know, making it look good. I just think that the point I'm trying to make here is that what makes me nervous about a $1 trillion company like Microsoft walking in saying, we're going to be the Netflix of gaming, we're going to follow the Netflix model, and we're basically just going to do what Netflix does, but with video games. The thing that just inherently makes me nervous is like, but making games is different. Like it's just fundamentally different compared to making a movie. Like, you know what I think is so telling about the movie industry, and it's actually interesting, is how is it in the movie industry they can basically map out a movie, right? Like they can say, like the upcoming Superman movie that's coming out in 2025 already has a release date. And it's like, it's clear that they know exactly, like, okay, we're going to do this and that and this and that in this exact order. And boom, like we put this amount of money into it exactly. This is how it works. And at worst, maybe it gets delayed by like a couple months. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like video games do kind of work the same way in the most basic sense of you're getting together, you have a vision for your video game, and then you have all the steps that you need to take to make that video game vision a reality. But that's exactly it right there. Is the difference is, well, we want to do all this in this video game, and we want to, this is how we want to make our game stand out and make it, you know, bigger and better and more exciting and quality. It turns out that, well, yeah, that's going to take like 7 years. Why? Well, because it, you know, you again, I'm not trying to there. You think about Grand Theft Auto, right? Like, imagine making a Grand Theft Auto movie. Is it going to take 10 years to make a Grand Theft Auto movie? Is it going to take 10 years to do that? No, it's not. Why? Why? Because it turns out that the people who are making that movie don't have to sit down and literally create a world. So I'm sorry, I am in disagreement with people who are trying to argue with me, trying to say that movies are the same. They're not the fucking same. They're not the same. Like, how could you even say that? How, like, who walks around thinking video games and movies are the same? Can you make a video game that replicates a movie? Yeah, can you make a movie that replicates a video game? Yes, but here's the big difference. You make a movie that replicates a video game. Look at the Mario movie. How long did it take the Mario movie to get made? Versus how long does it take for a brand new Mario video game to get made? A AAA Mario video game. This is the point that I'm trying to make. So I guess ultimately I'm just saying that Microsoft was the one that wanted to make the comparison, saying we're going to be the Netflix of gaming. And it sounds appealing on the surface because it's like, yeah, Netflix works. But I feel like in them saying that and in people adopting that mindset where like I can expect from Game Pass, you're saying, damn you, MBG, read. Could you imagine what Sony or Nintendo could do with all of the resources Xbox has at its disposal? I guess I'm just saying with Microsoft coming out here and basically trying to condition people to expect something similar, I just feel like there's something inherently wrong with that because it's like, but how? But how? Like you can't, Microsoft can't come out here and announce, you know, like, well, they actually, Bethesda did. Bethesda straight up came out and was like, Elder Scrolls 6. And this was like 4 years ago or something, or 3 years ago. And it was literally just a CG little teaser. And then it's just like, well, why can't you? I mean, James Gunn is out here giving me the date for the next Superman movie. Why can't you give me a date for your game? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why can't I give you a date for this insanely ambitious video game that's going to take many, many years to develop. And who knows what could go wrong? We're coding. We're coding. We're building a world. We're coding AI. What movie does that? What movie lets you just walk around? You're saying the Elder Scrolls 6 is 2030? Is that the... No way, they gave that date? Nuh-uh. The Elder Scrolls 6 will make more money than Superman. Yeah, you're probably right. All right, I apologize, guys. I apologize. I had to go on my crazy caffeine-fueled rant that maybe made some sense, but I gotta get to these super chats. I apologize keeping you guys waiting. Truthfully, I'm probably not gonna be able to get a video out today because I let this go for too long. But I had a good time. I had a good time chatting with you guys. The Dark, Azrael, you're saying, MBG, can you put your right pinky finger next to your lip and slowly say $1 million with an evil smile? I'm not doing that. $1 million. Yeah, there we go. $1 million. Somebody's gonna be asking me to start doing Austin Powers and Dr. Evil impressions, and I'm sorry, I'm not that good. I can't do that. Then I'll just, I mean, you could argue I've already been embarrassing myself, but then I'll really humiliate myself. Keep coding, coding, coding. Fluid sims in movies use code. You are actually clueless, MBG. No, you might be right. Might be right. Fluid sim. Well, hey, this is where I can learn, right? Well, look, there's no doubt that there's a lot of ignorance here, and I can admit that. There's a lot of ignorance in me and even the video game industry, because the reality is I'm not a developer. I'm not a filmmaker. So I do understand that I probably come off extremely ignorant, because I am. But I would really just like, you know what I would love? And maybe this exists. Maybe I'll have to look this up. I want to see a video game developer, like a AAA top tier video game developer. I want to see them, like a director, like a top tier video game director. I want to see them have a roundtable discussion with like a top tier, and we could get like a couple. That'd be, I don't know if that exists or not. Like a couple top tier video game developers or directors and a couple top tier film directors. And I would love to see them talk about the differences. And I mean, look, man, Kojima did that on his podcast. I'll have to check that out then. I've listened to a couple of Kojima's podcasts, not all of them though. Yeah, and that's true. Neil Druckmann's a video game director, and he was out here directing the Last of Us show. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, if I had to guess, if you were to ask Neil Druckmann, is video game development similar to making a TV series? Like, how different was it to develop The Last of Us versus turning it into a live action show? I would like, that's where I'm saying, like, there's no way it's the same. How is it? How could it be the same? Yeah, that's true. Kojima, the reason why he's so interesting and people have always been drawn to him as a director and a creator is because he's out here trying to, he bridged a gap, between like, what is it that makes movies so special and so great? And how do we get that into video games? Saying MBG, no one said they are the same, but they have similarities. Okay, that's true. That's true. Josh, you're saying Insomniac at 520 devs, by far biggest. The biggest below Bungie. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. 520 devs. Jeez. Dude, they're going to need a whole nother space soon. That's wild. Broccoli Rob, your message was deleted here by Pragmatic Cat for some reason, but you're saying, oh, can I borrow $1, by the way? Broccoli Rob, always coming in. I mean, you might be right in that maybe not many people are saying that movies and or TV shows, they're not, you're right. Not many people are saying that they're the same as video games, but I guess like it's difficult for me not to assume that when people are so ready and willing to embrace a business model that applies, that is applicable and seemingly somewhat sustainable for movies and TV shows, while disregarding the fact that, well, but what about their differences? You know? I guess it's just like, to me, the numbers don't add up. That's all. The numbers don't add up, where it's like in the video game industry, things take longer to create. Things can go wrong much more easily. The amount of resources needed are inherently different. I mean, the budgets can be similar, for sure. You're saying, to me, the difference between movies and a game is that movies have to be more detail-oriented. Games still can't produce true 4D objects. True 4D objects. Bruh, CGI in movies take up less than 10%. It's not the same. I mean, that's the thing, man, is like, I think about like a full CG movie, and it's like, yeah, that's I guess like the closest thing to a middle ground between a movie and a video game. But even then, it's just like everything's pre-scripted. All right, let me see. Godly Sir Speaks a lot. You're saying, I think I'd rather prefer buying exclusive games rather than buying companies and making their established games exclusive, but that's just me. I mean, yeah, it's from a business perspective, man. The first one makes more business sense in terms of like, well, how much money are you going to spend to pay to make a game or two exclusive versus buying an entire publisher? I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, it's with Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard and just so willing to spend that money like it's nothing. It's so clear. Like, dude, they know how much they're going to shake up the industry. But most importantly, regardless of how that shakeup goes, they know they're going to be at the top of it. You're saying the technology is higher for developing games / people involved. You can create a brilliant movie on a 4K camera or a mobile phone and have the same budget. It'll either be a good game / movie or a waste. It's an interesting conversation, you know? Like, it's not, I gotta be honest, it's not one that I really, maybe that's why I'm so ignorant to a lot of it, but because it's not one that I really thought about that deeply. I always just kind of figured movies are movies, video games are video games. And, you know, people prefer what they prefer. And some people like both movies and video games. Some people just like movies. Some people just like video games. But I guess in my mind, I've always just inherently believed that they're just way different, you know? I've always felt very different. That's why I've always thought that the dumbest thing I think I've ever read are people who are being, I mean, maybe they weren't being serious, but some of them I think are, where they're like, yeah, have fun with Sony's playable movies. It's just a playable movie. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, What does that even mean? What are you trying to say? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's like, that sounds pretty interesting. A playable movie? You know what I like? How many? I mean, like, it's like, imagine watching a Spider-Man movie and thinking, man, I wish I could control this and engage with this and not just watch it. Right? Like, how is that not the dream? Is that not awesome? Imagine, have fun with your playable movies. Like, I will, and I have been, dude. I think, like, people, like, it's just funny because it's like sometimes they make it seem like you're just holding a controller while watching a movie. It's like, no. Look, I mean, and dude, Metal Gear Solid 4 to a lot of people was like, yo, this is insane. This is like a movie. It's like longer than a movie. Like, the last cut scene of Metal Gear Solid 4 is like an hour and a half long or some crazy shit like that. It's like, yeah, that is like a movie, more than a movie. But what about all that sweet, sweet gameplay, man? What about all that? What about all the in-between? And man, that gameplay was incredible. Let me see. Devilac47, you say, why has my name left the member scroll? Still a member. It shouldn't have. To be honest, I have yet to update the member scroll, and I'm gonna have to. It's been hard to keep up with because we've been gaining so many new members. It shouldn't have left. So I'll try to update it in the next 24 to 48 hours. And that should correct it. So apologies. I will be honest, some of these names get a little bit messed up because like, if there are symbols in it or whatever, for some reason it doesn't like translate. So I apologize for that, but I try to do the best I can with the member scroll. It's I gotta admit, it's incredibly difficult to keep up with. So very much apologies if your name for some reason isn't there or it's cut off or something it shouldn't be. So I'll try to do a better job with that. Sheik, you're saying MBG, by your logic, you still buy Blu-rays and music. Well, to be honest, I still do. I gotta admit, music I don't buy. No. Blu-rays I still do buy. Not like I'm not insane about it, but for example, like quality movies that I really enjoy, I actually usually do buy the Blu-ray. Like, I went to go see John Wick 4 in theaters, and I have all the John Wick movies on Blu-ray. I'm going to buy that on Blu-ray. You know, to be honest, I don't know that I don't watch a ton of movies anymore, not nearly enough. But you know, that's what I'm saying though, man, is that it's not like we're all. I don't even know that that's applicable to the conversation though, Sheik, only because at that point we're transitioning into a conversation about games going all digital. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. You're basically trying to point out that the Blu-ray market is dying. The, you know, CD market is pretty much dead. I mean, the vinyl market seems to still be okay, but you know, you're basically just pointing out that almost everybody consumes this content on subscriptions. And yes, that's true. And that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, this might just be where it goes. It really might just be. I don't have the answer. I guess I'm just saying, like, I just don't know how the way that music is produced, the way that video games are produced, the way that movies are produced, it's like they're all done differently. And I guess if you think about it, you could look at music and think, well, music is created and produced differently than movies. Sometimes records can take many years to make. An artist can take like 8 years to make a new record sometimes. And I guess that's what's strange to me is I just like, well, how does that work? You know, like the subscription model has clearly, but then again, I've heard people say, and this is where again, I'm a little bit ignorant here, but in passing, I've heard people saying that like you know, things like Spotify and like stuff like this basically killed the music industry, or artists are the way that they're making money, it's just like way different now. And they, like I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Maybe I should do some research. But I guess that's the thing is I imagine, well, in video games, the way that, the way video games are made, the type of video games that are made, and the way that publishers make money, the way that developers make money, the way that platform holders make money, it might all change. It might all change. Big Daddy 08, you're saying Xbox game studios make more money annually than Nintendo does, but they're bleeding money. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's like the fact of the matter is, like, Microsoft is one of the only major players in the game industry that can afford to buy publishers like they are and survive. Saying, to be honest, the gaming industry copied more from the movie industry, like mocap. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's interesting to think about. Metallica sued Napster and hated streaming, but they just dropped their new album on Apple Music. They got with the times. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Is like, I'm a big Metallica fan, and like, yeah, they took the wrong stance, like, big time. And I do wonder, like, is this a similar situation? But I don't know, dude. I don't know that it is. The one thing you're right about, MBG, is that Spotify and Netflix killed the quality of music and movies/series. I mean, that's what's tough for me to talk about, because I'll be honest with you guys, like, I don't, like, this is where I can't tell. Is it my age? Is it because I'm getting older? But dude, I hardly watch movies anymore. I hardly watch TV shows anymore. And I gotta unsubscribe from Netflix. I truly, like, I gotta unsubscribe from them because I don't go on there anymore, man. Like, I just don't. And I get maybe like one or two things at most a year from Netflix that I consider interesting. And the amount of times, and I'm not exaggerating, I'm not saying this as a way to shit on Game Pass, because I'm not. It's just the truth. The amount of times that I have at night sitting on the sofa with my wife and I'm like, oh, I'll go check Netflix. And I'm just like, it all looks like it all just looks the same, and it all looks bad. And I just get off. I just fuck off, dude. That's what happens. I just fuck off. Where it's like, I'm not interested in literally any of this. And it's so rare, dude. It's so rare that I come across something that I am interested in. And I don't know if that is the Netflix effect. I don't know if that's the subscription effect. Is that like, and it doesn't matter where I go. I could go to HBO. I could go to any streaming service, and it's just all the same. It's all the same, man. But maybe that's just me. Dude, some of the stuff I see on Netflix, I'm literally like face palming and shit. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at right now, bro? Like, who got money to make this? And you know what? Another thing about Netflix, which is weird, is like, I feel like almost half the content on Netflix is about like murderers and shit like that. Like documentary type stuff. Like, my cat's trying to come in. Space D, you're saying, come on, MBG, PlayStation is locking third-party content out of Xbox left and right. All that on top of their overwhelming market dominance. Xbox just woke up and opened their... Hello, Leia. And opened their war chest after all this time. Hold on, I gotta shut my door. How did my cat just open my door? Leia just straight up walked in the room here. Like, I was actually concerned for a moment. I'm like, who is that? Who's coming in right now? Leia just straight up opened. I don't know how she did it. Like, I really don't know how she did it. I'm a little bit perplexed right now. But Space D, let me read that again. You're saying, come on, MBG, PlayStation is locking third-party content out of Xbox left and right. All that on top of their overwhelming market dominance. Xbox just woke up and opened their war chest after all this time. Well, here's the thing, Spacey. You're not wrong, and I actually have no problem with Microsoft opening their war chest and deciding we gotta find a way. We gotta find a way. I guess my whole thing is I just don't understand why it ultimately turned into, rather than like, all right, let me put it to you this way. Imagine Xbox did everything they were right now, but with no Game Pass. Do you know what the conversation would be like? The conversation would be, holy shit, Xbox is about to give Sony the biggest run for their money and potentially become the market leader in console gaming. That would be the conversation. Xbox is going to sell 200 million consoles by making Call of Duty exclusive. Maybe more than that. Right? And it would be basically Xbox paying to win in the console space. But I don't know, man. I guess that's where it almost sounds unrealistic, probably because it is. You know, when I think about these massive acquisitions that Microsoft is making, you know, opening the war chest, it might just be that, I don't know, is this how you make that work? I don't know. Is this how you make that work? Is this how you justify paying that much money and eventually making that money back and then some? I don't know, dude. Like, I really think that Microsoft's play, because think about it. Think about this. Imagine if Microsoft had all these studios and we're making Starfield Xbox exclusive. We're making Call of Duty Xbox exclusive. We're making Minecraft Xbox exclusive. Like, everything is Xbox exclusive. And they sell every Xbox console. I mean, maybe the Series S can still exist at $300 minimum, $500 for the X. How many fucking consoles do you think they would sell? Like, how many consoles do you think they would sell? How many people would how many more Xbox Live subscribers would they get? How many game sales at full price would Microsoft get? You're saying they'd go bankrupt? Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure they'd be making more money now doing that than they would be selling a subscription that anybody can cancel at any time for $10 a month. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure they'd be making more money. And Fred Vance coming in, gifting 5 memberships. Gifting Kazjam, Helsing 1998, Christopher Hazen, Sergio Herrera, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Gamer Pro, all gifted memberships thanks to Fred Vance. Thank you so much, Fred. Really appreciate that, buddy. Really appreciate that. We are at 39 members now. So definitely crushed today's goal, guys. Love to see it. I mean, dude, we're practically oops, accidentally put it up to 40. Well, we're at 39, but we'll just keep it at 40 there. I don't know how to actually bring it back down. But thank you, Fred Vance. You guys have been absolutely killing it. I mean, we've nearly been getting 50 new members each stream, like minimum, which is crazy. So that is awesome to see. Thank you so much, Fred. And Exley, as I said, 3,000 with some major membership drops. Really appreciate it. You're saying Xbox players don't buy games. Well, yeah, but like, imagine if Game Pass didn't exist. Not only would every Xbox player be buying these exclusives, but everybody would be. I mean, because I'm just thinking about it, man. Like, imagine if when Starfield comes out, it didn't launch in the Game Pass and it was just exclusive to Xbox, not even PC. I mean, maybe we could still do PC because it's still Microsoft, but just think about that. Like, you want to talk about, this is what I'm saying. Like, Microsoft isn't trying to compete with Sony. I don't know who they're fooling. They're not trying to they're looking to get rid of Sony is what they're looking to do. And they know how they can do that. They can do that by completely shifting the business model to a degree in which they know Sony can't keep up because they can't afford to keep up. That's why that right there. That's why Sony's scared. That's why Sony is scared, dude, because Sony knows they can't maintain that. Microsoft can. Remember when I made that comparison to Amazon, how Microsoft will just bleed out the competition? They'll just slowly bleed them out and they'll be just fine, but the competition won't be. This isn't about competition. If Microsoft wanted competition, they would have let Phil Spencer buy Bethesda and make their games exclusive to the Xbox Series X console and watch console sales fucking soar. They would have announced, we're acquiring Activision Blizzard. And and you better believe their games are going to be exclusive to the Xbox console, and you would see their console fucking soar, and you would see their games. I mean, they'd be selling games at $70 a pop like it's nobody's business. Then that'd be giving competition to Sony in a shitty way, of course, by just buying everything. But that's Microsoft competing with Sony in the console space. But that's not. They're doing it. They're going in a completely different direction. So I really do just wonder. And you know what? The one argument that can be made there is the argument could be made that if that was Microsoft's intention, they would never be allowed to acquire publishers like that. And that's true. Like, they could probably get Bethesda that way, but I don't think they could get Activision Blizzard. You're saying they're going in a better direction? Maybe they are. Now, I mean, who's to say? I question it. It makes me nervous. I'm apprehensive. I'm not sold on it. But it could be. It could be, man. I don't want to say that I know for sure. But MBG, you are vastly overestimating Game Pass value for 90% of gamers. It will never be like Netflix mainstream. Gaming is so different from the movies and industry. Julian, I'm in agreement, man. That to me, that's the disconnect. That is the disconnect. The requirement for somebody to subscribe to a service that offers movies or TV shows is to simply subscribe, sit back, kick your feet up, and watch. Just look. Just observe. Games are so different. Games aren't about just observing. Games are about learn to play, learn the mechanics, be engaged, be in control. And that's why when you look at mobile games, like I said, you talk about the mobile gaming market. When you look at mobile games, the games that are the games that are the most popular on people's phones are the ones that it's like hardly actually gameplay. Like, you're just tapping the screen at most. It's very minimal engagement. How are you going to get those people to play Gears of War, to play Starfield? Like, what? And Crucifixion coming in with another 5 memberships gifted, bringing us up to a total of 44 members. Only 6 away from hitting a solid 50, which is incredible to see. So let's see. We got Spine was gifted. Fabrice Paul, OR. I'll just call you Raji because I don't want to butcher your name. Devin and Jason Reese, all gifted memberships thanks to Crucifixion. So big shout out to you, Crucifixion. You guys are just coming out here in force today. So that's 44 total members, 6 away from 50. If you guys want to get us to 50, that would be awesome. But just know I'm more than grateful where we are now, which is awesome. So thank you so much for that, man. Big shout out to everybody who's gifting memberships. But that's the thing that blows my mind, man, is like, I know that was just a comment I randomly read in the chat, but it's true. To me, it's true. It's absolutely true that it's like, dude, video games, it's so the only way you casualize video games and you get casual people, like just regular people, to want to play video games who otherwise wouldn't be interested is you have no choice but to dumb them down dramatically, because video games, like I said, they're not movies. You know, video games don't require you to just look and observe unless it's a very specific type of video game. And this is why I'm just sitting here questioning the whole idea, the whole thought process of like, you know, let's just create a Netflix like service. It's like, well, what exactly makes Netflix so mainstream and so vastly and widely appealing? Is it the fact that it's cheap? Yes, it is the fact that it's cheap, but it's also the fact that what are you asking of the consumer? What are you asking of the average person? You're asking them to do what they've always done, which is who doesn't watch movies? Who hasn't watched a movie? Who doesn't watch TV shows? Who hasn't watched a TV show? It turns out that pretty much everybody universally has at one point in time engaged with a TV show or a movie. But you cannot say the same about video games. Video games are very much different because they simply, to be frank, video games simply require more from the user. And by the way, my son's out there. I don't know, I guess I've been streaming too long. He's like, come on, Dad, what are you doing? He's throwing a fit out there. I'm going to lower my mic gain a little bit just so it doesn't. I don't know, guys. Let me know. How is the, can you still hear me okay? How is the mic volume? I'm lowering the gain. It says on my end that it's good. It's still in the green. So you guys will have to let me know. But that's really saying it sounds good. All right. I apologize. He's losing it out there. He's like, Dad, get the fuck off the podcast. It's not a podcast, but get that off the stream. I'm tired of hearing you talk about Game Pass. I'm sorry. I can't help it. He's like, I heard your Arnold impersonation. Dad of War. Yeah. Well, I think that's really just what this boils down to. I feel like I've said a lot. I've rambled on and on and on, and I'm trying to make a point because I know there's a point to be made here, and maybe this is, I got to go through a bunch of, I got to just work it all out. But I think that's the point, guys. Like, I think that's the point. Like, do you know how many people probably bought Elden Ring? Like, Elden Ring is such an anomaly because it's such a hardcore game. Elden Ring is a hardcore game that absolutely demands a lot from the player. And I'm going to read the super chats. I know I'm getting there. I'm slowly making my way through, but Elden Ring demands a lot from the player. It is the literal opposite of a casual video game. And yet it blew up and it sold just an crazy, what I think it passed 20 million units. Do you know how many people likely bought Elden Ring because they just got caught up in the hype and they're like, yo, this is the next big thing. And they're like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, I can't even, what is going on? Like, I'm saying casual gamers, like even just casual gamers, very likely purchased Elden Ring and were just simply not ready for what this game was asking of you. And I bet you a good portion of those casual gamers who bought that game due to just it suddenly becoming mainstream probably didn't beat it. Maybe not even got past the first boss or a couple bosses. I know somebody personally that happened to. I have a cousin who bought Elden Ring because it was a word of mouth, and they're like, "Oh, this is the next big thing," and I see you guys playing it, so I'm gonna play it. And he could not get past the first boss. He could, and he walked away from it for months, and then came back for a little bit, got past it, and then got stuck on another boss, and just walked away from it. And and it's like that's the whole thing, man. Is like, oh, and now landscapers are outside. So now I'm really, I mean, everything's happening around me here, guys. And Fred Vance coming in with another 5 memberships gifted, bringing the total today to 49. Guys, I did not even mean to set the goal to 25. I was supposed to have the goal set to 10, but it was at 25, and we pretty much doubled that. If somebody else wants to just either become a member or gift a member, feel free to do so, and we can get it up to a nice solid 50. It's okay if we can't, but man, thank you so much again, Fred Vance. Let's see who else was gifted. The Senin Gamer VIP 3 Lightning Kazama, Brooklyn Breed GC, Dominic Wilkins, all members. And then we have another one coming in from Crucifixion, gifting one more membership to get us up to a nice 50. A nice 50. Really appreciate that, guys. Really, really appreciate that. Who was gifted? Who was gifted here? Zephyr. Like the name. Zephyr was gifted. So 50 memberships today, guys. And this is good timing. As I said, everybody who is currently a member or anybody who is gifted a membership, you guys are going to be able to tune in to the first ever members only live stream happening later this week. I don't have the exact date or time yet, but it's happening later this week. I'm going to live react to my Crackdown 3 video. It should be a hell of a time. It should be fun. And I'm looking forward to it. So thank you guys so much for the continued support. I have to read these super chats because I let them go on long enough. Guys, is this coming through the mic? That's really loud out there. That is really, is this, can you hear that? How loud is that coming through the mic? I need to know because on my end, it's really, really loud. Is it tolerable? Is it okay? Let me know. I'm practically yelling. You're saying you can't hear it. No way. But yeah, guys, if you want to be gifted memberships, click on the notifications at the top. Click on Crucifixion or Fred Vance on their notifications, and it will ask you if you want to enable the ability to be gifted memberships. You simply cannot be gifted a membership if you don't have that enabled. You're saying you can barely hear it? All right. All right. It's just it's messing with my head because the gain on my microphone is turned all the way down, so it should have trouble picking it up, and if it does, it's going to be super, super faint. But on my end, it's loud and clear, and so it's, you know, I'm disconnected here. I don't have any mic monitoring right now. So I need to get to these super chats though, because I've been making you guys wait, and I appreciate it. Let me see. Balarian, you're saying, do you get annoyed / harassed by toxic Xbox gamers? Not really. No, I mean, on occasion I do. To be honest, the people that like you would consider like annoy me or who are harassing me are not actually like Xbox gamers. Really, it's like a different group of, I don't know if they're gamers, but people on the internet that, like, I don't know, they just are like, oh, let's make fun of the console war stuff, and they're like, it seems like their whole thing is basically just about being toxic towards everything, whether it's console gaming, things outside of gaming. That's really where I see it. And when it comes to actual, believe it or not, most Xbox fans are willing to hear what I have to say, even if they disagree. And I see some passionate Xbox fans who, you know, like, they can sense a bit of aggression, or I don't think it's aggression. I think it comes off as aggression, but it's really just frustration. And, you know, they get a bit defensive, and I don't consider that like harassment. I don't consider that annoying. You know, I just think it's part of the conversation, right? Like, you know, people are going to, you know, a lot of times I see simple comments like after a stream where I talk a lot about Xbox, for like, man, I can't wait for Bethesda, or not Bethesda, Activision Blizzard games to be available on Xbox. And it's like, I don't have a problem with that. You know, like, one of the things that did annoy me, and I don't blame Xbox players for this or gamers, I don't blame anybody. It was my fault. The one thing that did annoy me for a little bit, but clearly I made the message clear at this point. Clearly I made it clear. Is people would say, like, MBG, stop talking about Xbox, bro. You said you're not going to talk about Xbox anymore. And like, trying to use it as a way to dunk on me. It's like, yes, you're right. I said many times that I'm not going to talk about Xbox. I'm just going to only talk about PlayStation, and that's going to be that. And so I you know, I had that coming to me. You know, it's like, dude, you said one thing and you did another. Absolutely. And I deserve that. I deserve that backlash, right? But I just hope by now it's clear that, like, I'm going to talk about anything. I'm going to talk about Nintendo if I want at some point. I don't have anything to say about Nintendo right now, but, you know, I'm going to just talk about what it is I want to talk about. And, you know, the reality is, this is the truth. Whether you're an Xbox fan, whether you're a PlayStation fan, whether you're a Nintendo fan, whether you're a PC gamer, if you are involved in the gaming industry, the reality of the situation is Microsoft is being the most disruptive. Like, Microsoft is rattling, is shaking the cage right now, rattling the cage more than anyone else is. And that's just the reality of the situation. So I realized as time went on that, like, I'm not going to be able to not talk about them. I'm not going to be able to ignore them. They're shaking it up too much, and that's just how it is. So good question. Fabrice Paul, you're saying, fun fact, Microsoft has the two most powerful companies, is the two most powerful company in the world. When you have money, you invest in the future, like AI and gaming. Look at what they have done to Google. They lost 157 billion because of them. And that's why I'm saying, dude, That's why I'm saying, like, we cannot ignore Microsoft. And I know that, look, I think PlayStation's in a great position. I think PlayStation doesn't have much to fear. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like when Jim Ryan said, like, our business will never recover. I disagree with that. I don't see Xbox actually killing PlayStation, no matter how successful Call of Duty is on Game Pass and Xbox. I don't believe that. But I do believe ultimately, just with how big Microsoft is as a company, how much more money they have, and they just completely tower over Sony in that regard. Sony has to be a little bit worried for sure. Like, they have to take it seriously. They have to, because if there's anybody out there right now that has the potential to do the most damage to Sony and their business, it is absolutely Microsoft. So they have to pay attention. They absolutely have to, and they have to have a little bit of fear. And that's why I think anybody who's a fan of PlayStation, who really likes the PlayStation ecosystem, excuse me. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. I think I just like inhaled a gnat or something. Hold on. Oh, that was weird. Something just got to me. Something just got to me. But that's what. Sorry. Oh, jeez. What is going on, bro? I swear I just inhaled a gnat. I'm pretty sure I inhaled a gnat. Not good. What I was trying to say is, this is why I feel like if you are a PlayStation enthusiast and you really like the PlayStation business model, because you feel like it works, AAA exclusives, you don't mind buying them, you like supporting them, the console, you do got to be a little bit concerned about how things might end up changing due to, just due to the way that Microsoft is trying to shake things up and change the industry. Definitely something you might want to pay attention to. Nick Taylor, you're saying we can't get SS2 of The Last of Us because Ellie has grown up. Sorry. Let me reread that. We can't get season 2 of The Last of Us because Ellie has to grow up. Yeah, I don't know. They're going to be filming it this year. They're going to start filming this year, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think that they're waiting very long for Bella Ramsey to grow up. And we'll see how they handle that. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle it. That's something we'll see. Hickzock, you're saying Netflix is barely scraping by. Game Pass will ruin it all. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little confused because I just do like a quick Google search and it says, yeah, not Game Pass. Netflix is profitable, but like that's true that like a year ago, everybody was scrambling and saying Netflix is gonna die and Netflix is dying, and I don't know. To be honest, I don't follow it close enough, so I got to be careful with what I'm saying. I am ignorant to some of it, or to a good chunk of it, I should say. Let me see. Sheik, you're saying Mario movie cost 100 million in 1 year. Mario games 50 million 3 years. Yeah, that Mario movie, massive success, dude. Massive success. You can tell Nintendo is happy. Very much happy. We're going to need a lot more Mario movies. Space D, you're saying, I think PlayStation guys just don't want any serious competition for PlayStation. Perpetual status quo, worrying about the whole industry is just a masquerade. I'll be honest, Space D, I think there are some PlayStation fans that do feel that way. Absolutely. Like, I think there are PlayStation fans that don't actually want competition in any way, shape, or form, like threatening competition. But I can assure you, at least for me, I don't feel that way. It's just that I wish the competition that Microsoft was going to bring to Sony's doorstep was in the form that I would prefer to see it in. The form that I would prefer to see, and I've said it over and over again, I've spoke about it many times. I want to see Microsoft compete with Sony with their games, with like, hey, we're selling 10 million copies of this game ourselves, and we're selling more Xbox consoles than ever before because we made this incredible exclusive game. Like, I understand that I can't Sony nor I nor anybody else can expect competition to take the form that we want it to take. I understand that. But I'm a consumer, and so I am going to have my own preferences. And so it's not that I don't want Sony to have serious competition. I do. I just wish that it was competition that would, like, I feel like the competition that Microsoft is putting forth is essentially putting Sony in a tough position where they're like, well, now we have to potentially adopt a business model that might not be sustainable for the type of games that we make. That to me is what's concerning, because that's not like, to me, that's not the type of competition I would have wanted. The type of competition I would have wanted is exactly what I said, where it's like suddenly Sony's like, how do we make our games good enough to sell 20 million copies? Because now Microsoft is beginning to sell, they're beginning to catch up to us with console sales, and they're beginning to sell 8 to 10 million copies of their exclusives themselves. You know what I mean? Like, you're saying they wanted competition until they got it. No, dude, like, even Xbox fans didn't expect this to be the way that Microsoft competed. That's the thing. Even Xbox fans. There's a reason why Xbox fans have been crying out for years, saying like Microsoft, you got to start delivering good games. So, Microsoft was like, well, what if we deliver you games that were already going to come out either way, but through Game Pass? And I got to admit, like, that's a smart move on Microsoft's part, where it's like, okay, it's not exactly what we asked for, but we'll take it, and I can't, yeah, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't the Xbox consumer take that? It would be like if Sony bought Square Enix and was like, we're putting all of Square Enix's games onto PlayStation Plus day and date. You're not going to see PlayStation players say, well, that sucks. Like, we're not going to be happy about that. We're not going to celebrate that. Like, no, they absolutely will. It would be insanely hypocritical at that point. But yeah, that's the name of the game, man. The market speaks. That's just how it is, for better or for worse. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, I would like to add that in movies you don't have to deal with fixing bugs. Then you write the code when you write the code for the game. Yeah. Apparently there is some type of coding involved in movies. This is news to me. But again, I'm very ignorant when it comes to the film industry. But I guess it makes sense. But yeah, that's the thing, man. That's why I was trying to say that, like, when you develop a game, like, one of the reasons it takes so long is because the ironing out of the bugs and all the different ways things can just break and go wrong, like, because the player controls it, because you're giving the player control. That is a big reason why it takes so long. And we've seen what happens with games that don't squash all the bugs, right? Reminds me of Cyberpunk a little bit, Aaron Yogurt, you're saying, you really got to think, even with Call of Duty, how many new subs Game Pass can get. Game Pass will not make Call of Duty appeal to wider audiences, so the best they can get is the current Call of Duty base at the cost of losing sales. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, man. This is actually approaching a 4 hour mark. This is almost like a second podcast. I gotta be honest, I was not expecting it to go on this long, and I'm gonna be ending it soon. um, I mean, maybe this is true, Aaron Yogurt. Like, how many new subs can Game Pass get? I mean, it is true that basically what Microsoft sees that it's a ritualistic thing where there are millions of Call of Duty players that buy Call of Duty every single year. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of Call of Duty it is. It doesn't matter. They buy Call of Duty in the millions. Microsoft identifies this, and they're just using simple logic where it's like, well, if we take Call of Duty and we put it into Game Pass, then by that logic, like, millions of those people will then flock to Game Pass, and that's absolutely correct. Um, let me see here. My son is like freaking out, dude. I got quite a few super chats I got to read here. Let me see. So thank you for that, Aaron Yogurt. I think that is a pretty good assessment. So Narkin Blitzer, you're saying MBG, James Gunn, president, and his co-president of DC Studios laid out a plan for DC Universe films just in time, as the past DC Extended Universe films have been horrible, like Black Adam and Shazam 2. Absolutely, Zanarkand Blitzer. I've been following DC recently. I've been following them, and I'm really curious to see how it works out. I want to see what DC is going to be like under, James Gunn's leadership. A lot of people, I think, have their doubts. I think understandably so. The Shazam movie was a complete and utter flop. Apparently, the Flash movie looks like it's going to be amazing, and that trailer for the Flash looked amazing. But Urza Miller, dude, is somehow, I don't know. He's surely he's going to be out as the Flash. He's no longer going to be the Flash because of his legal troubles. But yeah, Black Adam, there was the rumors that Dwayne The Rock Johnson was going to take over DC, and he brought in Henry Cavill for the Superman cameo, and then it's just like, actually none of that's happening. We're starting completely over. And I think, to be honest, I've always liked DC more than Marvel, although I do think Marvel has absolutely kicked the shit out of DC when it comes to the movie universe. I think that them starting completely over with some talent that comes from, the MCU, and trying to do their, like, again, that's why I made that comparison where, DC wants to do what Marvel's doing. They're not trying to shake things up and completely go in a different direction. They want to do what Marvel's doing because that's what people like. That's what the market likes. So I'm excited to see. I mean, everything is seemingly hinging on this Superman movie that's coming out in 2025. And I'm going to be very interested. A Superman movie written and directed by James Gunn. Let's see what that looks like. And so we got these gifted memberships, which is awesome. Perfect Image, you're saying, why CMA saying Sony buying third party to not go on Xbox? Well, because it's true. It's true to a degree, Perfect Image. It is true that Sony does partake in buying third-party exclusives for the PlayStation console that don't release on Xbox in some cases. So, Z's Gaming Channel with this snoozing emoji here. Sorry if I'm putting you to sleep, man. Sorry if I'm putting you to sleep. Fred Vance, you're saying, hit that like button. Let's go. Absolutely, Fred. Really appreciate the support during the stream today. Much longer stream than I anticipated. Devilac47, you're saying, look, there's a reason Microsoft still has sales goals for games, and it's not because Game Pass is as profitable as Xbox think it is. Sony's strategy works. Wake up. Absolutely, man. Has anybody taken a second to consider, like, what if Game Pass fails in the long? Like, what if Game Pass just simply can't make it to where it needs to go? And at the end of the day, I think Microsoft has to have some kind of plan, right? And I think that plan might be exactly what I've been saying, is if they can't grow Game Pass to where they needed to get it to, I don't think the idea is we're going to just make every game, I guess what I'm trying to say is I could very much see Microsoft basically deciding maybe we don't launch this day and date onto Game Pass. Like maybe this game is so big and can sell so many copies at full price. Like maybe we just actually let it sell for a year, and then we put it on Game Pass. I'm just saying, like, I know, like, the idea is maybe they'll become a third-party publisher. I don't know, man. I think it's actually more likely that they might have to break. Like, people have said that, well, once you go day and date, you can't go back. Who made that rule? Who said that? Microsoft never said that. I understand the implication is you're going to piss your customers off so bad, but let me ask you this. Everybody who's subscribed to Game Pass right now for Starfield, if Microsoft just came out tomorrow and said, actually, we're not launching Starfield day and date into Game Pass, it's going to come to Game Pass a year later. If you want to play Starfield, you're going to have to pay $70 for it, no matter where you are. People would be in an uproar, but let me ask you, how many people would not buy it? All those people who were ready to play the game, no, they'd buy it. They'd absolutely buy it. You'd get a certain portion of Game Pass subscribers that wouldn't, because they were never going to buy the game in the first place. Microsoft has that power. Like, I don't. This is why I think it's crazy to think that people just kind of they just say things and they think it's true, but it's like we don't actually know. And all I mean is, what I mean by that is, you're saying they would get mass Game Pass cancellations. Yes, they would, but they would also get mass sales, mass full price game sales. And so they wouldn't do that. And right now, there's no way Microsoft would even consider doing that, because the day that they do that, they give up on the Game Pass model. I just find it interesting that, yes, Sony's strategy does work, where Sony straight up said, like, we're maybe gonna wait a year. Like, look at Horizon Forbidden West. They just put Horizon Forbidden West like 2 months ago into PlayStation Plus. And they didn't come out at the launch of Forbidden West and say, we're going to put this game in our service a year later. They don't need to. They don't need to, because they know Sony knows they can get the best of both worlds. And that's what's so crazy to me about Microsoft's strategy, is like, so could Microsoft. I really think Microsoft jumped the gun with Game Pass. I really do think that one day Microsoft said, if I got it, if we go day and date, Game Pass blows up. And then they went day and date and it didn't blow up. But now they can't, like you said, like some people, or like I said, some people believe that, well, once you go day and date, you can't go back. I mean, just think right now how great it could be for Xbox as a brand and the console itself. What if they copied Sony's strategy, where it's like, we're not doing day and date, we're going to sell our games, but after about a year, maybe a year and a half, we'll put them in the Game Pass. We'll put, whatever, we'll put them in the Game Pass. They would get the best of both worlds, because that's what Sony has. Sony has more subscribers than Game Pass. PlayStation Plus has more subscribers than Game Pass. You're saying, MBG, just to inform you, Game Pass brings $1 to $3 billion to the company a year. Well, how much? Well, yeah, of course. Well, how much money does PS Plus bring Sony every year? And they're not doing day and date. I'm just saying, like, what? I don't know, man. I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of confused why Microsoft hasn't done this, or hasn't done it this way yet. Well, we'll never know. Yeah, that's true, Wrestling Mark. I don't want to. It's true. Like, PlayStation Plus, PlayStation Plus has more subscribers than Game Pass, because you need PS Plus for online. So it's not necessarily a fair comparison. It's not a fair comparison. You know what I would love to know? Here's a stat that I would love to have access to, a piece of data, I should say. I would love to know, after Sony announced Horizon Forbidden West was going into PS Plus in February, how many new subscribers did they get? Did they get a ton of new subscribers? Did they only get a little bit? Did they lose subscribers? Maybe Sony can't have their cake and eat it too. Maybe it turns out that all the people that were interested in Horizon bought the game, and they have no interest in subscribing to PS Plus Extra to play it, because they already bought it and played it. That to me is critical data. And that right there is Sony experimenting and trying to figure out. They're trying to gather the data themselves. You know? It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Sorry, I almost called you Big Daddy. Biggity08. Have you thought about becoming a gaming industry channel instead of a PlayStation channel? Of course I have. And the only reason I don't, it's simple. It's because I do prefer PlayStation, and I could rebrand my channel and reposition it as, this is a channel that covers all things gaming. But the reality is, you would be hearing a lot about PlayStation. Like, the overwhelming majority of what you would be hearing would be like PlayStation news videos, like just a ton of PlayStation topics. I'm tempted to almost call myself a PlayStation and Xbox channel, because I do talk a lot about Xbox. You're saying this is an Xbox channel. Yeah, it may as well be. But here's the thing. When I talk about Xbox, I think what people also need to keep in mind is that the context. I'm not talking about Xbox in the context of just Xbox. I'm talking about it in the context of how is it impacting PlayStation. That's important. I think that's important differentiation in why. Like, well, why if you do talk about Xbox this much, why don't you just call yourself an Xbox channel? Well, because I'm not just like it's pretty clear like why I talk about Xbox. I talk about Xbox because they are Sony's main competitor right now. And they're the one that is, like I said, they're the one that's going to potentially rattle Sony's cage and make Sony make some big changes. So, the reason why I don't feel comfortable calling myself a general news gaming channel is because people I think will naturally expect, well, you're going to talk about Nintendo, right? And it's like, no, not really. Like, I don't play Nintendo. I don't like it. I'm not very interested. It's like I know that they have a massive game coming up that is for a lot of people in the video game industry. It's like a big deal, and to me, it's just like, not just not interested. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be playing Jedi Survivor, yeah, and Dead Island 2, and that's it. Like that's how I can't help it. I'm just not a Nintendo player. I'm not. So it would be completely artificial for me to say like I'm a general gaming news channel. It's the same reason why I don't really talk much about PC gaming. I'll tell you right now, if Xbox was doing, if Xbox decided tomorrow that actually we don't want Bethesda, we're gonna sell them off, and actually we're canceling our acquisition of Activision Blizzard, and instead we're just gonna start making games like Nintendo. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make our own Zelda. We're gonna make our own Mario. We're gonna try to make our own Pokemon. Like that's what we're gonna do. I would like that. I would stop talking about Xbox entirely, completely. Like I'd probably never bring them up again. I mean, obviously, we'd have to have a long conversation about what happened over there at Xbox to make them make that decision. But I don't know, man. I talk about Xbox for two main reasons. Number one, because the impact they are having on PlayStation right now and will continue to have in the coming years. And number two, because I keep saying it. I know people don't believe it, and I get it. You'll believe it when you see it, but they do have some games in development that I'm genuinely interested in playing when they come out. So we're just not quite there yet. That's why I cannot say the same about Nintendo. I have no interest in Nintendo. Maybe my interest in Nintendo can change potentially if I don't know, they're gonna have like I'm assuming a new version of the Switch that they're gonna come out with their next gen console. I'm definitely gonna be paying attention to that because that doesn't happen very often, right? It's a new console. I want to see what's going on there. But whether or not I'm gonna be sold on it and decide I'm gonna buy it, chances are slim, frankly. So thank you, Biggity08. Nick Taylor, you're saying, why is the talent leaving Xbox? Microsoft? Yes. Yeah, people need to let's look. Has anybody talked about how many developers are going to leave Activision Blizzard uh once this acquisition goes through? Like, dude, I saw this article, I kid you not. I saw this headline for an article that said so many developers are leaving Blizzard. Like, I gotta find it. Give me a second, because I was really I should have. I can't find it. I don't know, man. I saw an article and the headline was something along the lines of like Blizzard is losing so many developers and employees that they are having a hard time like hitting their deadlines and stuff. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true. I just again, it was just a random headline I came across. I think it was from the Gamer. Maybe I should go check because now I'm curious. Let's see. I guess this. Yeah, here it is. Blizzard puts together a crisis map of games it cannot ship due to staff losses. Almost 2 years since allegations of workplace abuse came to light, Blizzard is still losing too many workers to sustain itself. That is according to current employees venting their frustrations on Twitter, blaming poor leadership and a forced return to work order that put an end to working from home. Due to this, workers say that Blizzard has put together a crisis map deciding which games it can and cannot launch with its current staffing levels. This is far from the position Blizzard would like to find itself in, considering the multiple live services it has to keep afloat and its ongoing merger with Microsoft. As reported by IGN, the first worker to vent their frustrations was Twitter user Adam uh, Glaxagrav, who said that the team had lost another person this week. Quote, Blizzard is losing amazing talent because someone in power just doesn't listen to game directors who make his products. I just want to make video games. Can't do that if we get rid of everyone who made World of Warcraft Dragonflight. He continues by saying, we are creating crisis maps of what we can or cannot ship. That is the loss of capacity we're facing. I literally have a schedule I strike out as people hand in notices. Blizzard has denied this is the case and said that, quote, making decisions around priorities, iterating, and ensuring quality are everyday parts of game development. However, Adam's tweet is still live at the time of this writing, and his perspective was echoed by fellow World of Warcraft developers. So, I mean, look, man, this is what Microsoft is inheriting. I've been trying to tell people, like, Microsoft is inheriting all the problems that are going on at Activision Blizzard, and it's going to be Microsoft's problem. And it'll be very interesting to see how they solve that problem, because we have a developer coming out saying we are literally bleeding talent because upper management doesn't know what it's doing. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, picking up what I'm putting down? Do I have to explain it? I don't think I have to explain it. So, look, this is just, it's all anecdotal. You know, we don't have like, I'm not going to go on it any further. It's just that, to me, this is, I think people need to prepare for when an acquisition like this goes through. You're going to see a lot of people leaving Activision Blizzard. And I really have to wonder if Microsoft has a plan in place to prevent this. Surely they do, because that's the last thing that Microsoft wants. Like, imagine you acquire Activision Blizzard and then you just lose so much of that development talent that, like, suddenly that pipeline you were relying on doesn't exist. You know, like, that would be the nightmare scenario for this acquisition. So I have to imagine that Microsoft has a pretty robust plan in place to ensure that people don't leave en masse. Because you're saying maybe the toxic people will leave. Dude, you know what? I hope so. And that's, you know what I find wild? Let me check this real quick. VGC reports. Check this shit out. I didn't cover this when it happened, but I should have. This was reported. What's the date on this? February 10th, 2023. Bobby Kotick will absolutely remain Activision CEO if Microsoft deal fails. And this is where it's like, look, the chances of the Microsoft deal failing, not looking good. So it is clear, like, it's clear that Bobby Kotick is he's considered pretty damn essential to Activision Blizzard. And when I came across this, all I was thinking to myself is like, what if this man, for as horrible of a person as he may be, if this man is this vital to this company, like, I have a struggle believing that he's going to just go. When I'm telling you, I don't think Microsoft is going to want to let Bobby Kotick go. I'm telling you. Yeah, dude, but Bobby Kotick's going to end up being he's going to usurp Phil Spencer. The dude is clearly garbage, but garbage can also be good at their job, unfortunately. And garbage can also, garbage people who are good at their job can also produce the results that shareholders like. Saying he's going to take the bag and leave. That's, I think, the assumption, and I think that a lot of people are hoping for that. But, dude, I just think, like, I'm just trying to imagine who over there at Microsoft is like, oh, I'll take his place. I can do what Bobby Kotick does. Am I trying to say that Bobby Kotick should stay? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Microsoft is potentially putting themselves between a rock and a hard place where, again, like, the dude clearly is, he's bad for the work environment, but he has been the person responsible for producing. Call of Duty is what it is today underneath Bobby Kotick's leadership. That should tell you all you need to know. Does that mean that, does that justify? No, it doesn't justify anything. Not at all. It does not justify shit. But what it, do you see what I'm trying to say though? Like, Call of Duty is where it is today under Bobby Kotick's leadership. Whoever, if Bobby Kotick does leave after this Activision Blizzard deal goes through, good luck. Good fucking luck to anybody who takes up that mantle and takes that position. Because you better believe when Bobby Kotick leaves Activision Blizzard, he gets his golden parachute, he gets his big check, he makes all his money, he says, peace, I'm out, I'm done with this shit. You better believe he's going to be telling the person next in line, good fucking luck. Because they're going to need it. It's a heavy burden, man. It is a heavy burden, and here's the thing though. That doesn't mean there isn't a person capable of doing so. What I'm trying to say is that if Bobby Kotick leaves, I have no idea if that means there's somebody at Activision Blizzard right now that's going to take his place, and they're ready for that, and it'll be fine. I don't know if that means that Microsoft themselves, they're going to have to find somebody within Microsoft to take that on, or if they're going to have to hire somebody. I don't know. But you're saying, so basically y'all prefer Bobby status quo. No, not us. Not me. Dude, I'm not playing Call of Duty. But let me tell you, how have those boycotts worked? How everybody wants to act so up in arms. They hear about these horror stories coming out of these studios at Activision. New Call of Duty comes out. How's it selling? Oh, it's breaking records still. Nothing's changed. Oh. Well, okay then. The real question is, look, we're going to find out. Here's the reality. Bobby Kotick could leave after this Activision Blizzard deal goes through, and after he leaves, nothing could change. Maybe it's just the machine is so well oiled at this point, it runs itself. That could be the situation. And that would be ideal for Microsoft and Sony for that matter, because Sony's still going to be relying on Call of Duty sales to a degree, right? That would be the ideal situation where it's like, he's gone. What broke? What's breaking? What has to be delayed? And it's like, nothing. Everything's good. We figured this out, you know? It could be that. It really could be that. But something tells me it's not, because there's just some, you see there's just an opposition where it's like, this guy, Bobby Kotick, he is the worst guy ever. And he's just a horrible human being. And he's responsible for human suffering and sexual harassment in the workplace. And, things just not like, just horrible, toxic work environments. And it's just shitty. But yet he is the one that is ultimately responsible for producing Call of Duty and running these studios during this entire time. Like, not just a year, not just 5 years, like this entire time, from the time Call of Duty took off to it maintaining where it is now. It's like, the question is, here's the question. You know how they say, and this is a terrible thing to have to say, but it might be true. Again, just as it might be true that this is a well-oiled machine and nothing will go wrong if the head of the snake is severed, just as it's true that that might be the situation. Call of Duty will be fine. Development pipelines will be perfectly fine. We don't need Bobby Kotick here. We just need them out. And we'll make everything better. Microsoft will make everything better. Maybe that's true. But you know how the saying goes, and it's not a good saying, but unfortunately it is a real saying. And there's a reason why it exists. You gotta break a couple eggs to make an omelet. We'll find out. We'll find out, because if Microsoft, if everybody is under the impression that Microsoft can make things better, right? They can improve the work conditions, the studios, and while they're doing that, they'll be able to continue this output the way they have. And nothing will change. It'll only change for the better. Let's see it. Because I have a difficult time believing that. Because Microsoft was in charge of making sure that the next game that came after not Halo 5, which had many years to develop, Microsoft was the one in charge of making sure that that didn't collapse in on itself. And they couldn't even manage a single game in all that time. Exactly. They can't even improve 343. So, dude, I'm just trying to prepare people. Do not be surprised if you're reading headlines after this deal goes through that Bobby Kotick isn't going anywhere. In fact, Microsoft might want him to stay. Because Phil Spencer can come out and play the good guy and talk about how much he wants the industry to be better. But Phil Spencer works for a $1 trillion corporation that at the end of the day wants to see results. So that's just the nature of business, unfortunately. So I'm very interested. I think that's an aspect of this that I don't think many people are talking about. I don't see many people talking about it. I don't see many people considering, like, these different factors. Fred Vance says, can we have Voice of an Angel play when members are gifted? Dude, that would be so funny, but so off-putting. I refuse to put that, Fred. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's too sad. It doesn't match the tone of the show. It's just not good. I'm sorry, Fred. I cannot make that happen. Maybe in the future I could change it up, do some funny things. But Voice of an Angel, bro. Josh Z, you're saying often people wonder why Nintendo is so protective of its IP. They don't want to give competition any opportunity to generalize their brand. I think PlayStation has a similar fear. Yeah, dude, you're probably right. I mean, we look at the way Nintendo operates, and there's no doubt that Nintendo is far from perfect. And some of their business practices definitely, I would say, are not good for the consumer. No doubt about that. But again, it's not too far from what I said, where it's like these practices, they all add up to something. And that something is they produce results. And this is where it's like, at what point do we realize that the market itself decides how much they care about the morals, the morality of business? The market, I want to repeat that. The market itself decides how much it actually cares about the morality of these business practices. And more often than not, the market decides we don't give a flying fuck. And if you need proof of that, just go, again, look at the numbers. Look, and that's not to say that Nintendo is a super shitty company with the worst business practice. Maybe some people view them that way. I'm just saying that's how it works. And it's the way it's always worked. You talk about Nintendo being incredibly protective of their IP. Yeah, dude, that's their most valuable asset. Nintendo without their IP, they're nothing. I think the same can be said for Sony. I don't think the same can be said for Xbox. The same can be said for Xbox after they acquire Bethesda, after they've acquired Bethesda, after they acquire Activision. Microsoft would be, we're gonna, dude, a decade from now, maybe less than a decade from now, we're gonna be having conversations. We're gonna see, man, Xbox would be nothing without Call of Duty. Yeah, that's where we're headed. That's why it's so sad and pathetic to see Sony come out and say, we'd be nothing with that. I mean, they don't say it that way, but that's basically what Sony's tried to say. Like, we're nothing without Call of Duty. I'm like, please have some dignity, Sony. Have some pride, will you? So thank you, Josh. And we got Zanarkan Blitzer saying, MBG, remember during the Game Awards, the camera zoomed in on Phil Spencer. He was pissed. Now we know why. His studio devs jumping ship. Yeah, dude, that was... I kind of felt bad for Phil in that moment because, like, you could tell he was not... Like, he was trying so hard not to... He couldn't help it, man. It was, like, truly just an instinctive human reaction where his anger was so great and his frustration was so great that there was no hiding it. His face said it all, and his face said, I'm like, why the fuck do you have that camera on me right now, dude? Like, you gotta be kidding me. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. It's tough, dude. I mean, look, PlayStation, I will say one of the smartest things that PlayStation has done in recent years, and people may... And I've complained a lot. Like, we complain that, man, PlayStation's too quiet. Who's the face of PlayStation? One thing that Sony has done a good job with is making it, like, their lack of communication, in a way, has kind of worked for them, where Sony lately has kind of given off this type of energy where it's business as usual. And that can be kind of boring and uninteresting, but it can also benefit them in that, like, Sony isn't the one out here trying to bullshit you. You can at least give them that. Like, you can at least give Sony that they're not trying to bullshit anybody. Their marketing may be a bit pompous, and whose marketing isn't, right? Where it's like, for the players and whatnot, and best place to play and all that stuff. And it's like, yeah, but that's run of the mill, marketing type stuff. But I'm just saying, it's Jim Ryan is now here trying to be a nice guy. He's not trying to come off as like, I want to befriend the PlayStation audience. No, the one thing I've appreciated about Jim Ryan as well as Herman Hulst is they don't have that type of attitude. Instead, they have a much more realistic attitude, which is, we want to produce results and we want to give the PlayStation fans what we know they want and what they expect. And when the PlayStation fan base is unhappy about something, sometimes Sony doesn't respond because they would rather just let the results speak for themselves. For example, like when Sony said that going forward, anybody who wants to upgrade from the PS4 version of Horizon or not Horizon, but with GT7 and God of War Ragnarok, it'll cost $10 to do so. Everybody made a big stink about it. Sony did nothing, and everybody was fine at the end of the day. Ghost of Tsushima, like the whole, like the point, they did just fine. And that's because Sony just, like, they weren't trying to be your friend. They weren't trying to, say, we want to be the most pro-consumer. No, they are running a business, and they want that business to be profitable. And they want it to be profitable without giving a middle finger to their audience. But to me, there's a middle ground. And I think Sony's been doing a pretty good job walking that middle ground. And people have tried really hard to make it sound like Sony is the most greedy, shitty company, which, like, oh my God, they're charging more for their games now. They're raising the price of their console in some regions, so on and so forth. And it's just like, dude, I'm telling you, the overwhelming majority of people are totally fine with this. Like, the 1% that's screaming about it on Twitter, they probably don't even own PlayStations. And if they do, like, they're definitely not the consumer that Sony's concerned about. Definitely not. So I just think people need to chill out. Like, PlayStation enthusiasts and PlayStation fans and the PlayStation fan base is not begging Sony to charge them more money. No. The PlayStation fan base usually is pretty understanding and realistic of that this is a business, and video games are clearly expensive to make, and there's clearly a lot that goes into it. So we don't go into it expecting to pay nothing or to pay very little. And I agree. Give us a showcase, Sony. Kipford, member for 26 months. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, just joining. Just wanted to state, still hate Xbox. # PSVR2. Kipford coming in saying, Still hate Xbox. Hashtag PSVR2. All right, Kitbird. I appreciate that. And Fred Vance, you're saying, I know this goes back a long time ago, but did Devil Child ever get those feet pics? Shout out to you, Fred Vance, for remembering that podcast episode. Excuse me, I did with Devil Child. No, he never did. He never did. He doesn't ask about it anymore, and I'm kind of glad. It would be awkward. But Devil Child, he's busy playing Skylanders still. He's busy, and Fred, I know you understand that. I know you understand that, but yeah, he's busy playing Skylanders. That is old. Yes, that was like the earliest days of the podcast, bro. Yep, still playing Skylanders to this very day. Yeah, that's funny. I don't think he's watching. He's probably not watching, but man, he'd be laughing if he was. But guys, look, that's got to be it. This is pretty much a second podcast episode. I did not mean for this stream to be nearly 4.5 hours. Truthfully, I was expecting the stream to be less than an hour and 45 minutes. And yet here I am. I didn't realize I had this much to say. I'm sure that some of the things I said today were pretty stupid, but I also think that some of the things I said today were probably pretty spot on. I think it's been a healthy mix of some good, some bad, and some ugly. That's what you can expect with a 4-hour stream with MBG. And before I go, guys, and I gotta go because I have some other obligations I have to attend to, I want to make it known, unfortunately, I will not be able to get a video out today. I think that's okay, though. I don't even know that there's a whole lot to make a video on right now. So my hope is I can do another stream tomorrow. We'll have to see. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Just be ready for a stream. And if you don't see a stream, then know that I just felt like I didn't have enough to say to justify a stream. So, yeah, I want to give a big shout out. Again, we made it to 50 members today, which is not at all what I was expecting. And you guys have been continually gifting memberships, continually growing the channel memberships. And for that, I am truly humbled and truly grateful and truly excited to do our members only stream. That's why I'm trying to wait until later this week to do the members only stream, because I want to try to get in as many members as possible so we can have as many people tuning in as possible when we do that. So I'm looking forward to that. And I also want to give a big shout out to everybody who donates a super chat. I mean, guys, I could not keep the conversation going anywhere near this long. And, you guys are basically the co-host of the podcast, everybody who donates a super chat and the chat as well. So sincerely, thank you guys so much for tuning into this very long stream. I'm going to go chill out for the rest of the day and take care of what I got to take care of. And Devil Shooter, no pressure, man. You do not have to do timestamps for the stream. I know you've been trying your best to do timestamps for not only the podcast, which thank you for that. You've been doing some of them for these streams as well. Listen, man, it's totally up to you. You do not have to do timestamps for this. It's a bit too much. Even I can't do it. It's too crazy. It's too sporadic. So thank you nonetheless, though, for helping out the channel. All right, guys, that does it. I will catch you guys in the next stream. Until then,